Cool. Shit. Sorry guys, I'm just setting this up. How are you doing, Bob? Yeah, it's an AP set. Sorry, I wasn't in the chat yet. But it's an AP set, and we've been farming it for 3 days, and we have a single piece. So, so far, not going super well, but once we get it, it'll be nuts. We just have to get it. Like, honestly, like, if I can just get these 2 pieces, it would be amazing. Hey, thanks, Mr. Popojango. I definitely need it. As you can see, I mean, I've deleted a bunch of stuff, but I got this stupid beret, beret. I have 4 Cannonball chest pieces. I got a Cannonball leg piece. We got Cannonball gauntlets. I'm sure we're gonna get the boots at some point. It's a real fun deal. But I really don't know if this is the absolute fastest farming method for this or not, but I think because I have so many other legendaries, it probably just helps to narrow it down to just the pieces that I actually want to get, you know? But it doesn't change the fact that it really stings when you don't get what you want. Oh, look at those mic skills. Just mute the mic right before the sneeze. Trying to get nightbot set up. I have no idea if it's actually working or not. Just trying to make everything better. I think it's working right now. Can one of you guys type exclamation point builds in the chat? just so I can see if this works. I don't know if I set it up properly or if I have to restart the stream to make it work or not.
Well, this should be interesting.
Dude, the Cannonball sets, oh, rough, dude. Okay, so it looks like it's not working then. Oh, hey. Okay, it did work. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, dope. Alright, well, we got one new thing added to the channel. Cool. Thank you for helping me test that. Appreciate it. Sorry, guys, I'm also eating lunch right now, so I apologize if there's any chewing. I don't know what's going on with the with the video right in that hallway, but jeez. Well, thanks, Jay. Well, welcome to the channel, dude. Yeah, normally, you know, we basically spent like the first like 2 weeks of the game being out just like power farming CT15. But the past 2 days I've been trying out hunt farming for this specific set. I'm not really sure how much I'm liking it, but I want to just be able to try it out so I can tell other people if it's worth it or not, you know? And the game's amazing, so. How's it going, Mayo? Stacking up my cannonball pieces, that's pretty much it. I honestly need to put like a counter on the screen for how many cannonball pieces I get before I get an Acari piece. Like, I deleted a bunch of other legendaries I picked up that were just like generic ones, but like I'm keeping the cannonball pieces from now on just so I can keep a tally. I mean, like, what is that? That's just disappointment. Cannonball waiting at the end, that's rough. Dude, like, if you really think about it, right? Like, you can, like, look at these pieces and just say, hey, my dog, oh. You can be like, all right, each one of these took a half an hour of my fucking time. You know? So it's just like, all right, gauntlets of the cannonball. Legs, that's an hour. This is 2 hours. This is 3 hours worth of cannonballs. Just sucks.
Well, this should be.
And I switched to overheat just so just because we're doing world tier 1 shit, and maybe I can just speed run faster if I don't have to aim anything. You encountered something like this? Yeah, so from my understanding, Jay, because I have on my techno, I got a trickster piece. From my understanding, it happens um, when you're doing a multiplayer lobby and you have that other class in the game with you, then it opens up a chance for those pieces from other classes to drop. From my understanding, that's how it works. And like, I play solo, but there were times at the start of the game where like someone would just randomly join my expedition, and then even if you boot them, you still end up getting, you know, whatever it is, a trickster piece or something like that. And it can obviously be annoying, but also, I mean, if you happen to have like a really fast farming class and your buddy had like, you know, a class that you wanted to play next, you could just group with them and maybe get lucky on some pieces. I don't know. You don't have to apologize, bro. It's no big deal. I know what you're saying. Storm Whip 3 comes from both. It drops from the Daimyo, and then it also drops from the Thunderbolt thing, I believe. How goes the hunt farm? Not that fucking great, Mitchell. Not that great. Pretty horrible, actually. But we're doing it for science. You know? Like, I have yet to get... Oh, okay. I was gonna say I have yet to have an Acari piece drop. That's not true. I got the fucking helmet that I already have that you can buy from the legendary vendor. So, that was a real fun time.
My skills to good use.
You know, because, like, if I hop off stream, like, you know, and I go and take a nap and, like, chill, and then I'm just like, you know what, let me just, like, run one more before I go to bed, you know? And then, like, you spend a half an hour doing that, and then it's a fucking cannonball piece. And then you just have nightmares at night, you know? Final piece I need for my pyro, but I thought my game was going to crash because of it. No, no, no. Your game's not going to crash because of that, broski. It's happened to a bunch of people, myself included. I'm just pretty sure it's only because of what do you call it? If you happen to be playing in a multiplayer lobby or something like that. But I really feel like if I can just get this pyro set up, I think I can farm faster than my techno, which is saying something. But I just need... I need the chest piece. And, I need the legs. It'd also be nice to get that fortress gun, because that's literally like one of the only legendaries I don't have. Dude, Mitch, I am on... I mean, this is just like... This is the stuff I haven't deleted. This is all the Cannonball shit that is still... that I'm just letting sit in my inventory. There's a bunch that I just straight up deleted, or there's like helmets that I got that I deleted. I mean, I guess it's just like... kind of like first world problems though, right? Because it's like I have a lot of legendaries in the game. If I didn't, then it wouldn't be as like demoralizing, you know? But it's slim pickings for me as far as like the stuff I'm actually missing. Like I still got a fair amount even doing expeditions, but like I just like I like doing expeditions. I like doing the time stuff. So like I enjoy doing the expeditions more, but I feel like from a speed perspective, this is probably faster, I want to say, in terms of if I'm just focusing on getting one specific set of armor. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, I feel like I picked up a death shield at some point. I honestly could probably go and look back through my techno vlogs and see, techno VODs and see if I got one. But I don't have it in my mod library on any character, so like I feel like maybe I either just didn't get it and I'm hallucinating, or I sold it to a vendor at some point. Which would have been a mistake. And the thing with Death Shield is it's tough because you kind of want to dismantle it so that you kind of want two of them. One so you can keep Fortress on it and then add something else, and then another one that you can dismantle. Oh yeah, I'm sure the gun. What do you think better, Fortress or Killing Spree? So here's the deal with Fortress. Fortress is probably the best thing you can put on an anomaly power build, because I guess it applies to like it increases your like damage with anomaly as well, which is why a lot of people want it. Whereas Killing Spree and Embalmers, if you're running like a bullet build, a weapon build, you want Killing Spree or you want Embalmers on your gun. I just want Fortress simply for anomaly power builds. That's it. So if you're running a Techno, you're running a Trickster, Killing Spree is probably the best in terms of raw damage. I really like Embalmers because it just makes it so you don't have to aim at any of the crit spots. It makes things like just, you know, more relaxing. I don't have to pray that I hit Broodmother crit spots, you know? But I don't know. I got a good feeling today. It's a Friday in the what is it? Literally dead center middle of April, and it just started snowing where I am. So that sucks. So something needs to be going good today. You know what I mean? Shadow Comet's nice. Shadow Comet is certainly nice. I just, I switch between the two weapons and just rotate Shadow Comets. But Fortress is super solid. But that's why I want two of them, right? Like, you're not using the actual Death Shield gun for damage. You're just using it to proc whatever other mod you put on it. So if you're an anomaly power build, right, like, ideally you would want to have Fortress on both of your guns so that you could swap between them. But then you would also want to be able to swap between them and apply, you know, whatever weapon mod you have equipped. So if you have one death shield that automatically comes with Fortress, and then you slap a Shadow Comet on it, that's legit. And then you could also get whatever the shotgun is that drops with Shadow Comet, and you could put Fortress on that. And that way both guns you switch to have Fortress, both guns you're getting the anomaly power benefit. I mean, once they really confirm that the multiplayer's all set, I'm really curious to see how the infinite bullet builds like really stack up. You know, in a group setting. Because obviously the damage output is great, but they're basically worthless if they don't what do you call it? If they lose their bullet augmenting skill. You know what I mean? I gotta drop this mic a little. Okay, there we go. Couldn't see my abilities. I keep trying to like lean over the microphone. Yeah, you can equip 2 of the same legendary weapon, but from my testing, because I got 2 of the jugglers, right? Because I like using, I like, at least for the anomaly builds, I put Shadow Comet on like everything, and then I swap between the 2, but then I tried, okay, let me swap between Scrap Grenade as well, but it didn't seem like, I don't know if it was just bugged, it didn't seem like the things were, what's the word I'm looking for? Like synergizing properly. That makes sense. Like I would swap and I'd shoot the Shadow Comet and then I'd swap back to the Juggler and then it wouldn't shoot the Shadow Comet. So it's almost like if it's 2 of the exact same gun, then maybe the internal cooldowns don't get reset when you swap weapons. So that's why I'm only using 1 of them now. But even if you don't have Shadow Comet, like Death Chains does a lot of damage too. You have to coordinate killing ads when you need ammo refresh. I played co-op yesterday on PS5. Keep blade rounds up was really tough when people killed off enemies before I could. Yeah, I would imagine. I can definitely see that. I mean, you need those killing blows in order to refresh. And so losing blighted rounds is just like, ooh, there goes your damage. Losing Trickster losing twisted rounds sucks too. But blighted rounds,
This should be interesting.
that shit has like a legit minute-long cooldown. Like,
This should be interesting.
and if you're going for like a gold timer, like just imagine, like, if you're trying to speedrun Boomtown, you need like a 6-minute time, right? If you drop blighted rounds, that shit's gone for like 45 full seconds. Like, you can kiss your cold run goodbye, you know? Yeah, I try and look at like all the different rarities of stuff. You know? Try and get those god rolls. But the Hell's Ranger assault rifle is really nasty. Did you farm one up? Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it. I mean, they'll probably nerf tactical rifles again, but... Or they'll nerf bone shrapnel. With the firepower alone, make a world of difference for a lot of people. Is there a way to reload without getting the final blow? So, for some reason, I thought Toxic Lead... Maybe you still need to get the killing blow on something that's affected by Toxic. Like, the Blighted Round one is very, like, clearly... Getting a kill with Blighted Rounds refunds ammo. I thought Toxic Lead, maybe if just the enemy died, it wouldn't, you know, it would refund you. But I don't think so. Yeah, Mitch. Mine was 377, and I was like, oh man, like I want to go. Maybe I can go for 380, or maybe there's like a 390. And then people were saying that they saw like that people were getting 380, or that they were getting 390, but nobody would post any evidence at all that it actually existed. And I was like, let's just fucking not, you know. Let's stop at 377. That's 95,000 firepower. Anything above 370 is solid, you know. And that one was like literally in my first like 10 minutes of farming it. But yeah, Mayo, I don't think it is when it dies though. I think you still have to get the kill. I think it's just you have to get a kill on a toxic enemy instead of with blighted rounds. I could be wrong. No, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Bobajango. I don't think that's the case. I just thought, like, with the blighted stuff, it's very clearly, I don't know. I haven't been on my Techno in forever. It's probably just on kill, but the only character, like, Perpetuum Mobile doesn't let you refund it because it counts as a reload, so you just lose it. The only thing that comes close is Trickster can has like a mod for like using Hunt the Prey refills all your ammo. So they can do it. They could just go infinite without ever needing to have any ammo mods at all. They could just use that thing, I think. Blade rounds 3 times on Chem Plant. Yeah. Oh. Cannonball set refills ammo. Let's make that argument. The question is, does it actually refill ammo or does it count as a reload? It replenishes ammunition in the current magazine. Dude, you might be onto something, and I hate you for it. But does Cannonball set have firepower? Because that's the only thing that matters, right? Max health. Bonus firepower. And to be honest with you, these gauntlets of the Cannonball, not the worst stat rolls in the world, right? Not the worst. Comes with Captain Hunter and personal space. Like, two pretty solid mods. Like, maybe you could do that. Like, maybe... Oh, man, I hate that you even mentioned that. Because now it's like, maybe you could make a Cannonball build work. Strictly for multiplayer. God, I hate you for that. But you're not wrong. Cannonball, yeah, at least from what it says, it doesn't say reloads, it says refills. So you could technically go infinite with a Cannonball set. If you know, if you hate everything that everyone else holds dear. I wonder if I have any more Cannonball pieces in the vault. I don't know. I'm sure I'll get 7 more today, so not too much of a concern. Toxic Ledge seems buggy in group play last night. Buddy literally not shooting. It wasn't refreshing. Well, that could be another thing. But that's why, you know, These anomaly builds, it might be hard to actually get them going, but once you get going, in terms of group play, like, they might be the go-to. Cannonball meta. Yeah, the game's so laggy that toxic lead doesn't work, so you're just everyone is 4-hour build. Man, wouldn't that be a treat? But I haven't really done any co-op yet, so I can't confirm or deny the seriousness of this Cannonball meta allegation. I wonder how many people just randomly, like, pop by the stream and just immediately leave because they think I'm, like, just the most mental idiot for farming for a legendary set on World Tier 1. With a double gun. Like, the optics of this stream are just not great. Yeah, dude. They're gonna watch. They're gonna nerf the drop rates on Cannonball set because of people's complaints, and then it's gonna become meta, and everyone's gonna complain that they can't get access to Cannonball set anymore. How funny would that be? That would be a real treat. Can I just kill all this with overheat alone? No, I'll wait for Ash Blast because that makes it look cooler. I'm gonna do that on CT15 too. We just have to get this stupid set. Shout out everybody in the chat. What's poppin'? Really regret getting this barbecue chicken pizza. I love barbecue chicken pizza, but it's like a chore eating it. If this was just cheese, it'd probably be like legit as hell. Cannonball set is a good perk in development. Dude, I'm wondering that same exact thing. Like, not even joking, the only reason why I could ever see someone using it is because the specific situation we're talking right now where the game is so laggy that bullet refund skills no longer work, and the only way to do it is to use a Cannonball set. At which point, I think people would rather just not try and do infinite bullet builds at all. Oh yeah, that's true, it is still on kill. And that is not the only thing that's pretty meh on the Cannonball set. Everything about the Cannonball set is the definition of meh. It is the edge transit of Outriders, straight up. Dude, I saw somebody made a Reddit comment yesterday who said that same thing. I was like, oh good, this is getting traction. It is literally edge transit. Nobody wants this. Yeah, but the difference is in Destiny, it's not uncommon to get a kill with a melee. Whereas, like, in this game, it's like you gotta put in some effort to go and get actual, like, a killing blow with the melee, especially with how killing blows are calculated in this game, right? Like, it's not, oh, I got a killing, you know, even if with a gun, it's like if you get a kill with the bleed from a gun and not the actual, like, bullet itself, then it doesn't count as a killing blow. And then you want to do that with a melee attack? I mean, we're running into that problem when we're doing the melee Devastator climb, where it's like, I need to use unstable power in order to, you know, do enough damage to actually get through it. But now that I'm using unstable power, like, unstable power can get some of these kills. Or, like, the bleeds can get some of these kills. And that's what you don't want. Meant the set bonus. Oh, I hear you, bro. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if it's, you know, using a perk like that in Destiny, it's like going and getting a melee with a Titan punch is like a common occurrence. I mean, getting like a kill with a Titan punch is a common occurrence. Whereas, like, if I'm running, you know, a Technomancer Blighted Rounds build, I don't want to go into melee range. Like, you know? It's not like you're running an anomaly build where the damage of the melee is actually scaling. Like, you would have, your melee would be doing nothing, you know? Melees are underrated in this game when you build for them. I mean, when you don't build for them. Wait. Melees, when you're building for melees in this game, it's underrated. But if you are a firepower build, your melees, the only usage you have for them is, you know, preventing yourself from being stun locked or something like that. It just doesn't really seem like it has a place in Outriders. The Cannonball set, I mean. Like, this overheat is, like, fun. But when I crank it up to World Tier 8, I think I'm just gonna get, like, fucking devoured.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
No, Jay, so it's only while you're under 300%. I mean, only while you're under 30% health. So it's not like goal emergency stance where, like, you drop to 30% and then your melees are like 300% damage for like 4 seconds, which would be actually decent. It's if you're at 30% health, your melee does 300% damage. But if you heal at all, if you're not, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you heal in the slightest bit, meaning if you actually land a melee, which would heal you, then you lose it. So it's really, like, Perseverance Fist is not really that good, unfortunately. Never been so desperate to reload that I have to urge to punch an enemy on the head. here we go. Let's go get our next cannonball piece. Can't wait. Oh, please. Just throw me a bone here today, PCF. Throw me a bone. All right. Where the heck am I going here? Don't put that shit out in the air, Mitchell. Don't you do that. I got that was the last thing I got was ivory and bone. I've literally gotten like 3 of them. That's another one that I just like, please don't.
Keep in touch, Hunter.
All right.
I got a feeling your services.
Come on. Come on. Please. You son of a gun. God damn it. What is it with this game? That's my 3rd charm of the Lava Lich, bro. Why? That sucks so much. Now, the thing is, like, I know people are struggling to get their Etnas and everything, and people want that, but I don't. Because I already have it. So, leave me alone. How annoying.
Hey, they're not here, Alter.
You can still farm hunts for Legos. I think they fixed the exploit. So you don't get like 10 legendaries or something now. Granted, I never farmed it before, so I have no idea what it was like before they fixed it. But if you reset hunts, you still get a legendary. One sec. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Sorry, just while I type so I don't blow out your eardrums. One sec. There we go. Just so we have a good count going for posterity's sake.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
4 basically, if you didn't reset your quest, any new quest you complete under somebody else will give you legendary. Well, that might have been nice. Right now, it's just if you do the reset, you get a legendary. Maybe that's not the best place for the text. That seems fine. No, I've honestly lost count, but I only have like 6 in my inventory, and I deleted a bunch, so I'm gonna be a nice person and just put the count at 8. It's 100% more, and that's not counting like all the other garbage stuff that I got that I have no interest in. That's straight up just me trying not to over exaggerate, but also like straight up not remembering how many times I've gotten it. But I'm not counting the other stuff. I'm basically just comparing Cannonball versus Acari, and but I mean, you know, it's definitely more than 8. Definitely more than 8. But as far as the stuff that I've kept in my bags, I just added +2 because I know that we have more. I just don't know. I just don't remember the exact count, and I'm not gonna go through the VOD and find out. I mean, I could bump it up to 10 if it makes you feel better, but...
Guy's crazier than a suit.
I have no idea how to make, I gotta figure out how to make background music on this stream. Like this nightbot has like a thing for like song requests, and like obviously it's just a bunch of junk like free use music. I'd rather have something playing in the background of the stream. Do I need stream elements for that? Probably. I won't look into it now. I'll do it off stream. Doing good today, Andrew. How are you doing, bro?
Well, this should be it. Might as well put my...
Yeah, I have no idea how it all works either, Mayo. I mean, look, I can definitely figure it out, but I like to take the simplest solution and not have to do a bunch of other stuff on the back end. I'm sure I can just do a plugin or something, but I'll deal with that later. We got nightbot relatively set up today, so. Baby steps, baby steps. Say to go home and farm on your pyro. How are you farming for your gear? So the past 2 days we've been farming the hunts and seeing how they are for a farm, because I just need basically like 2 or 3 specific legendary armor pieces for Pyromancer, and hunts seem to be a way to really kind of focus down and get those pieces. I mean, theoretically, of course, but have we gotten any of those pieces? No. So, it is what it is.
Well, that's done.
Oh, my fucking ranch dressing just like exploded. Oh, shit. God damn it. Why would it do that? That sucks so much. Oh, fucking ranch dressing. God damn you. Piece of shit. Alright, well that was starting off the day eventfully. Gauntlets of the Cannonball. Preach, bro. Preach. Yeah, I hear a lot of people really like Moaning Winds. What's up, Shrikon? How are you doing, dude?
Well, this should be interesting.
Pumped up to start off the weekend?
Count me in.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Aegis. Appreciate it, man. Let me know if you have any questions at all, seriously. It doesn't matter to me, Aegis. I'm not like a Twitch affiliate yet, so if people watch on Twitch, then I can get my average viewer like count up and get a subscribe button eventually. But if it's more fun to watch on YouTube, you can watch on YouTube. Honestly, it depends on what people want. Like I don't really know. Right now I'm multi-streaming, so people can watch what they want. But like, I don't know if I should just pick one or the other. Like on YouTube, because of my channel's current situation, like I have like a membership option. I just haven't like done anything with it or like, you know, set up any of like the features like emotes and like videos. But it kind of depends on what people prefer, you know? Like the streaming on YouTube is nice because if people are watching stuff on my channel, then they can just hop in and say, and you know, ask any questions. Whereas like Twitch is obviously like a whole different website, but you know, Twitch is obviously where everybody likes to watch their streamers. Just kind of depends. Oh, thanks, Mitchell. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's yeah, basically, like to get affiliate on Twitch, you need like a certain amount of hours like streamed, and we crushed that because I've not stopped streaming since the game started. And then you need to stream for a unique amount of days, which again we got that covered. It's just like my average viewer count because I stream so much. It almost hurts it in a way because like not everybody's watching on Twitch, not everybody's watching on YouTube, or you know it's split, and you need like 3 average viewers. Planning to play some Remnant. Am I going for the build that completed Boomtown in like 4 minutes or less? I just want Acari. Like every single anomaly power Pyromancer is probably going for Acari. Will it get nerfed in the future? Probably. Maybe. I hope not. But in order to do like the top, you know, in order to hit that top level of Pyromancer builds, as far as speedrunning is concerned or anything like that, need the Acari set. And so if I can just get the 3 pieces that are actually like decent, then I'll figure out whatever build I want to figure out once I actually get there. Right now I'm running like Overheat and Ash just because I'm running everything on World Tier 1 and it saves me the trouble of having to run around and actually like aim at stuff. I can just kill the whole room. But like I don't like as far as like an Overheat build at CT15, like I'm missing a bunch of those mods. You know what I mean? But I'm also missing like the thermal bomb mods that give damage amplification, so that's why we're farming this stuff, is because I'm missing like some of those crucial mods that like you use in any kind of build. The Acari set makes it so when you hit something with Heat Wave, you basically get like a 50% anomaly power bonus for each enemy hit. And the actual like set pieces itself aren't that bad. Like they have like cooldown and stuff. Yeah, I have Remnant from the Ashes. I never played it. I played like a couple minutes of it, and then I think a new Destiny season dropped, so I was playing that. And I haven't watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier yet, but I heard it's pretty good. People tend to subscribe to Twitch more than do YouTube memberships. The streams that I watch for Magic the Gathering, Arena, usually like the Twitch Prime subs, so they stream on Twitch and just drop VODs on YouTube. Yeah, that's usually like the go-to, you know? But it's like, as far as, like, you could have like a huge following on YouTube, right? Like if you already have like a bunch of subs on Twitch and then you're dropping VODs and stuff and people are discovering you that way, like that's solid. But if you don't have a huge following on Twitch, like trying to convert people from YouTube to Twitch is like, it's not an easy task. You know, like there's channels that have 500,000, you know, 1 million subscribers, and then like 100 people will watch them on Twitch. You know? So it's just, so that's why for me it's like it just depends on where you want to, you know, where people actually want to watch. Like from a, I don't know how it is from like a monetary point of view. Like right now, like I have the ability and I've monetized stuff on YouTube in the past. Right now, all my monetization is off. So any like ads that you guys see or get, like they're not coming from me. They're just coming from straight from YouTube. But like, obviously on Twitch though, because you're not an affiliate, you don't have a subscriber button, so it's all follows. So like in a in a vacuum scenario, if everybody was gonna go and watch one or the other, right now, YouTube would like provide some source of income if someone wanted to subscribe, whereas Twitch can't do it unless you're an affiliate. And then I think when you're an affiliate, I don't know how much like a sub costs or how much it makes or whatever. And then obviously the next level to that is partner. And there's a I feel like there's also like a certain what is it? Like a certain, not a prestige, but like I don't know what the word is for just having, you know, Twitch partner or having Twitch affiliate. There's like a legitimacy, maybe that's the word. You know what I mean? Like I feel like in terms of streaming, it's like, okay, like, oh, you stream, so then it must be on Twitch. Even if YouTube might be the better platform for streaming. You know, or Facebook might be the better platform for streaming. Like I haven't looked at the YouTube like membership like features or anything like that in a while. But like I'm pretty sure you can set it up, you know, like with Twitch, obviously like subscribers get like different things, but you know, with like YouTube memberships, like you can set it so like certain videos are only watchable by like members at a time and stuff like that. Like it's kind of like you can layer your content more. You know what I mean? But there is that kind of like legitimacy with being like, oh yeah, Twitch affiliate, you know, or Twitch partner. But it's like, you know, I don't have an ego or anything. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It matters like more like, oh, where do more people want to watch it? You know, where is it gonna, how's it gonna do in the long term? You know. Any plans on stream Remnant from the Ashes? I don't have any plans right now, but who knows? I literally haven't played, like, let's see, Remnant, right? It starts you off like you're in like the little mini base in like the sewer or whatever, and then like you have to go down and like open up a grate or something. That's what I did. that's the extent of my Remnant from the Ashes. But like I'm totally down to stream other games, you know, especially if they come out and they're like solid games. Like I really like, you know, I really like MMOs. I really like looters, like stuff where you can grind. I like shooting games as well, but like you know, it's like stuff like Overwatch. Like the gameplay is great, the shooting, like the gunplay is great, but the lack of customization and like building makes it so like you lose interest kind of fast, in my opinion. You know? Whereas like I don't know if any of you guys played Paladins, which is like Hi-Rez's version of Overwatch. But like, you know, it's basically a budget-free version of Overwatch, but you can like customize your builds and your characters more. It was actually like a super solid game. And they messed it up a little bit with crossplay, but the game itself was like really fun. It had like a card system where like, oh, you know, like your ultimate ability could do like one of 3 things differently every match. Like you can set up your builds in a different way. It was really awesome. But gosh darn crossplay, man. Remnant is such a great game. Adventure mode could work well in this game, or some procedural. Is Remnant Remnant's procedurally generated, right? Like if you're running as like I think if you're running as like buddies, you know, in co-op, the story would be different, or the bosses you face would be different. Like a couple of my friends who have played it basically told me something like that. Yeah, I really liked Paladins.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my.
I play super high in Paladins ranked, but it's like you're playing against people that just aren't that great. And then they went and added like, you know, that forced crossplay where it's like it's a totally different game. If you're playing an FPS, on a controller versus a PC player, like, it sucks the fun out of it a little bit, you know? Especially when it's PvP related. I'm doing good, Piggy. Fallout 76 is a hidden gem when it comes to loot. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, I hear ya. And it's procedurally generated stuff. It's similar, you know, wanting it is very similar to like people who want every game to be like open world. You know what I mean? Where it's like some games that works and open world games are dope and awesome. But then there's other things where it's like you don't need everything to be open world if it's going to be an absolute like waste of an open world. You know? Like I'm fine with games like this and with games like the original like Phantasy Star Universe 2 or PSO 2 where it's like you have like a hub where you can buy equipment and stuff and like chill with your friends, and then you can go and just go down a mission list and be like, hey, I want to run this until my eyes bleed and get this loot. Like I'm totally down with those games as long as that gameplay is fun. It doesn't have to be like a total random thing, though it is cool. Like this game has like different element, like at least when you change like the difficulty in this game, you get like, oh man, they're hitting me with a different status effect rather than, hey, they're hitting me with a bullet sponge. Like that element of randomness is kind of nice.
I'm glad to have Dr. Zahidi back safe with us.
Oh yeah, and Drogoz on PC is a totally different character than Drogoz on console. What's up, Cruiser? I feel like if someone said I wanted to get a bunch of legendaries, like what's the best way to get legendaries in the game? I would say if you can gold CT15, then CT15 gold is the best way to get as many legendaries as possible. But if you don't have like a super optimized build, or you're just starting out and you don't want to go into expeditions yet, or like maybe you just need, or maybe you have a ton of legendaries on like one character. Like say for me, I farmed Techno till my eyes bled. I got like 90% of the legendary weapons, and I have a bunch of the legendary armor and all the generic legendary armor, but I don't have the specific sets for the other classes. Then farming hunts is probably the easiest way to narrow down your chances of getting one of those sets rather than getting something else that you don't want. You know what I mean? Yes, I play on console. Assuming you can gold CT13, is it still better to do hunts? I kind of feel like it is. I mean, it's like, do you find that you're getting lots of legendaries? Like, I don't really have much experience like farming for legendaries on anything but CT15, but I would imagine the chances of you getting a legendary are not super high. So like, I feel like if you're just generically, like if you're on CT13, I mean, are you able to get to CT14 or CT15? Like if you're looking for like, hey, I need a specific tier 3 piece in order to, you know, have fun in the game, then like you can go and just mindlessly farm hunts on world tier 1, and you know, it'll take you 20-30 minutes to get one legendary piece, but at least you know it's going to be armor. And it could be a shitty Cannonball set, but some of those Cannonball pieces, if you don't have the mods on them, right? Like one of the Cannonball pieces drops with Captain Hunter. Like that's a mega solid legendary. Where is it? Like this is not that bad if you have a bunch of crap gear. You know, it's not optimal, but Have you ever thought about switching to PC? I've thought about it. As far like I grew up basically playing like Halo 2, Halo 1, like GoldenEye, all those things like on a controller. You know what I mean? Like I didn't grow up playing playing like PC shooters with like a mouse and keyboard. Like I played, let's see, I played Adventure Quest, I played RuneScape, World of Warcraft, um, League of Legends. You know, like those are the games that I play on like my PC. And I've got like a solid gaming rig. But like when it comes to shooters, I just like using the controller more. Like I'm better, obviously. I'm better on the controller because I've been doing it my whole life. So when I switch to PC, like I suck in comparison to how I am on the controller. And obviously that just takes time and people have made that transition. And you can do a lot more with mouse and keyboard, you know, as far as like movement and everything is concerned, but I do like, you know, I like playing with the controller. I can clear CT13 easily. I'm technically on. What class are you running, Cruiser? I mean, I would try and just get to CT15 unless you're not able to right now for some reason, in which case I can give you some tips. But you know, your best way, if you're just farming generic legendaries and you're not, you know, looking for any of the stuff that I mentioned, do I think Coliseum gives out more legendary gear than any other expedition? I don't know. Some people, and apparently like a developer, said that the paid expeditions are supposed to give out more loot. I ran a bunch of Coliseum. I didn't really notice too much of a difference. But at a certain point, like the cost of those missions doesn't really matter, you know, because you're going to make it all back if you just complete it.
Well, this should be interesting.
So I don't know if you get more legendaries. I think a developer at one point said you were supposed to get more drops on the paid ones, but I don't think that's the actual case in reality. Adventure Quest takes me to, have you seen what they've done to Adventure Quest Worlds? So I never got to play Adventure Quest World. I played Adventure Quest as a kid. Oh crap, did I not pick up the thing? Shit. Damn it. I played like the original Adventure Quest and everything, and like that was just fun, silly flash game as a kid. Like put in mad hours, you know, Karnax and all that, and then they released like Dragon Fable, and that was interesting. And then they released like some mecha game. And then like around that time was when I stopped playing. But I know they have like Adventure Quest Worlds, which is like an MMO now. And I think they even have like a mobile version of that. But yeah, that was good times. I was pissed off that I've bought this auto shotty with ultimate bleeding bullets and slap vamp mag on it. Hey, thanks Chin Tapper for the sub. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks for the support. Well, I'm glad you liked it, Cruiser. Yeah, I was going the right way, Jay. I just didn't pick up the hunt because I'm an idiot. Yeah, the Melee Devastator was a fun one to do. It was a fun one to do, and I honestly was not sure if we were actually going to be able to get to CT15 with it or not. There was some times where I was like, oh man, this is getting a little dicey. Getting a little dicey. We're like, shit, how can we possibly do more damage? But, I mean, that build it's not even optimized, you know? Like, people can run Earthquake and a bunch of tier 3s on that, and I'm sure it'll do a million more damage, but we made it a little bit harder. I was pretty stubborn on how I wanted to play it. So, but man, it was a fun one. And I think it not being an optimal setup is even better because it just shows, like, you can definitely climb to CT15 with just about anything. It really comes down to just picking the right expeditions, having the right mod set up, and just doing it. Shia does not ring any bells. Man, playing WoW and just playing on Xbox Live as a young kid was just a friggin' experience. You're encountering all kinds of people, you know? Dude, bird AI is awful in this game. It's awful. I don't know how you're playing Trickster. I'm guessing you're going shotgun. I went tactical rifle like 90% of the way. But, yeah, not being able to hunt the prey them either just sucks. Birds are the worst. At least dragonflies have like a remotely, like a decently small health pool, and you can punch them from the ground and, you know, hit them from the ground, but the birds are just like, good luck. Have fun landing a crit on them. Have fun getting them to land. They kind of just do it whenever they feel like it.
Should be interesting. Might as well put my skills.
See the new Game Pass coming to Nintendo? No way, dude. Really? I just switched to PC and the load times alone. See, look, I love playing games on my PC. Like, my PC setup is legit. It's hilarious. It's what is it? The newest ones are like 3080s, right? Like, I think I have like a 2080 Ti in there. But the highest graphic quality game I play is World of Warcraft on there. Which is way overkill for World of Warcraft. You know? And I have no problem, you know, learning and playing stuff on PC. It's just I am, in comparison to how I am with a controller, I am absolute dog shit in terms of shooting on a PC. Because I tried it with Outriders. I thought about it. I really thought about it. I, like, hopped on Outriders. I downloaded it on Steam. Like the demo anyway, and I thought about farming and just seeing like, hey, can I make the shift? And I just said, let's stick with this for now. You know? But it's also like, you know, like when I was playing Destiny, you know, a lot of the competitive players, you know, they switch to PC because it's like, you can do a lot more with a mouse and keyboard, but part of me likes playing on console and doing all that stuff on console just so that people can actually see you can do it on console, you know? I think if I do Eye of the Storm with 2 randoms, it'll go worse than that 7 million guy. Look. Eye of the Storm is not that hard. It's just the boss is obnoxious, like, if you don't have like a setup for it. So, like, I think you could probably do it with some randoms. As long as they're able to actually survive on their own, you know? Because you got to stand on those plates. And I probably sound like a hypocrite because I'm saying that Eye of the Storm isn't that bad and I haven't gone and soloed it, but the fact that you can't gold it solo is really quite rude. See a new glitch with the time on expeditions to get gold? No, I did not. I imagine that will not be around for very long. But I was also thinking about it the other day, like, someone's gonna figure out a way to fuck with the time, right?
I can almost hear Jakob saying, I told you so.
No, to the best of my understanding, and from what it seems like, it's impossible to solo gold Eye of the Storm because at the beginning you have to hold plates. There's 3 plates at the beginning of Eye of the Storm, and if you're a solo player, the time it takes to hold one plate, clear it, hold one plate, clear it, hold one plate, clear it, just takes you out of the gold zone. Unless somebody figured out some kind of trick. PC, if you put your date and time back a day or hour, the time doesn't move, stays on 0. Oh. Yeah, but that's going to 100% get your account flagged. Yeah, that's the type of stuff that they're not a fan of. All right, let's remove that guy. Band. But yeah, that's the type of stuff they do not like, the time manipulation outside of game. That was one of the points that they made at the during the demo. Was if you fuck with your time externally, I mean, they said it was for the sake of, you know, abusing the vendors, but I guarantee they are not gonna like people putting their time back to get infinite time on fucking expeditions, you know?
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
So many people are abusing it already. Yeah, I mean, I guarantee that will get your account flagged. I don't know what's gonna get people's accounts flagged, and even myself, you know, with certain things like getting that you know, the pre-order rifle and farming the pre-order rifle. But I mean, everybody's farming the pre-order rifle. Like, sometimes you want to just walk that line between exploit and not exploit. But like that type of shit, 100%, they're not going to be pleased with people doing that. Like, there's no fucking way. That is very different from like, hey, let me see if I can get a good pre-order roll, versus, hey, let me just totally circumvent the entire endgame system. You know, like, oh, they will not be pleased. But maybe some people are at the point where they don't care. I don't know. My gut is just telling me that they probably won't take too kindly to that. Exactly. What is the point of making your build better if you can just get gold on anything? And the game shouldn't be time trials, it should be life-based. Look, I personally, I don't mind the time trials. You know, they advertised the expeditions as time trials, you know, a year ago. I'm fine with them being time trials. I know some people don't like it. Some people think it's super unforgiving that you can't come back to life. But to me, that's part of the challenge. That's part of the appeal of the challenge. And I get that's not for everybody. And I get that I've been no-lifing this game for 2 weeks. But, like, I would rather them go and make a brand new mode that is more survival-based than go and just change everything that makes expeditions expeditions. You know what I mean? That's not to say, like, I wouldn't mind if they changed some things about expeditions, you know, to maybe appease some people, but I don't want them to make them too easy either. You know? And that would be what my concern is. Reminds me of the movie Ready Player One. But, like, I totally understand that, like, time trials does something to build diversity because people want to go fast. And that's the name of the game. So it removes, you know, certain support builds, it removes super tanky builds. But you are, even if you have it be life-based, you're still going to have people who want to run speed builds because they want to complete the life run faster. You know? Like, I would be fine if they went and made it so, you know, it's the same as it is, but you could get a respawn and the time, and, you know, and a time penalty. I'd be fine with that. Instead of just having to totally restart. But, I don't know. Best of the Cannonball, bro. Chalk another one up on the fucking leaderboards. God damn it. Can't make this shit up. But what I would like to see is, like, right now, especially on the subreddit, it's very, like, doom and gloom. It's very negative. And I just don't think it has to be. I think, like, man, they fixed the inventory bug. They're pretty vocal about all their other changes, but people are acting like the game is about to die. Instead of people just being super negative, I want to see people making, like, making good suggestions for content that they actually want the endgame to be like. Not just get rid of everything that it is right now, but, like, okay, the chances of them totally revamping expeditions is probably not that high. Because that's what they were designed for. They're designed for time trials, and even though there's a very, very, very vocal minority on like Reddit that does not like the time trials, and there's other people that don't like the time trials either, and I totally respect that. It's not for everybody, and it's certainly punishing. I just happen to like it. I like the, you know, trying to beat that timer. But instead of going and saying like, okay, expeditions need to have 0 timers, they need to be this, this, and this, and like it has to cover all the bases perfectly, I would rather them go and say, okay, this is what I want, this is what I would like in an additional endgame activity. Put me in an arena with, you know, with 2 other people, and like make us survive a certain amount of waves without, like, you know, and after a certain amount of waves we can go and we can resupply or something like that, or after a certain amount of waves we can go and like change our spec, something like that. Then it's like, okay, like in the future the developers have something to go off of, rather than just like, hey, delete this entire end game that you have set up
Count me in.
and like do this. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on raids? 4-player, 6-player, or not even having raids? I love raids. Raids are like my favorite thing in any video game ever, period. Right? Like, I come from World of Warcraft, like, all about the raiding. Like, those are some of the most fun moments in gaming. And people who haven't been able to do raids, it sucks because they're missing out on a ton of shit. So I'm totally down for raids. Absolutely, 100% behind it. I don't know how many people they would need to do it with. Like, it would, you could even do, you don't even have to go and change the amount of people in the raid. To amount of people in a fire team to be in a raid, like Destiny or like in WoW. Like, you could literally just have it 3 people, but instead of fighting like this many enemies, have them fight like actual giant bosses like Acari. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit. You could make it so, you know, you've got just like a boss battle circuit where you go into each room, and in every single adjacent room there's another boss that was already in the story mode, and you know they can have different multipliers or modifiers on them. You know, stuff to increase build diversity. Like, I don't want any modifiers that negatively impair builds, right? Like, I don't want anything where it's like, hey, this anomaly power is decreased by 50%, firepower is decreased by 50%. Like, that shit sucks. But, like, you know, not everything is going to excel in every single situation. And so even right now that co-op's being fixed, some people might start saying, hey, these infinite ammo builds, they ain't cutting it in 3-player co-op that I want to play with my friends, so I got to switch it up. Maybe I got to go a minigun build. You know what I mean? Mentioned to the game and endgame is fun, but I want to play Dev and Pyro without having heavily modded max gear. Yeah, I totally hear you, Andrew. I totally hear you. I mean, you can do CT15 without the heavily super modded stuff, right? Like, you definitely can make those builds. I do think that the anomaly power builds, like, with sets and with perfectly modded gear, like, they go hard. You know, they go crazy once you actually have that setup. And I kind of wish it was something like that across all builds. You know? Which obviously you can optimize firepower builds a lot more. But, you know, stuff like having thermal bomb apply a 40% damage amplifier, like that type of mod is fucking huge, and you want to be able to get that legendary, especially if you're on an anomaly power build.
Might as well put my skills to good use.
You know? But they want a certain amount of gear to be at the end game, and they want people to be farming those expeditions. And it's cool to have, I like the challenge of the time trials, It's just some of those builds do get there a little faster. Or maybe they get to a more optimal point faster. But sorry if you listen to me put this plate down real quick. Actually, I can put it over here where it's not going to make any noise. You know, like I think it was probably, it might have been a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to nerf those bullet builds. I think that the bullet builds are super strong, obviously. I definitely use the shit out of my Technomancer. But I feel like at a 100% optimal gear situation, that the anomaly builds might just shit all over them in single and co-op. And we'll have to see once I get my setup on Pyro. But I'm thinking, you know, just being able to empty an entire room without looking, you gotta be clearing pretty fast, you know? And yeah, informational criticism is much better than just ranting about. I agree. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I totally understand people being upset with certain stuff not working. Totally get it. Like, there's no excuse for some of the bugs. No, you will not hear any arguments or defense from me. But these developers are listening. And they have been totally transparent thus far. And, you know, if you want to see gameplay changes, then you got to make some constructive feedback. You cannot just be like, burn it all to the ground. You know what I mean? This game has a ton of potential. And it's already a solid game to start. Usually games that have a ton of potential, they're dog shit at the start. You know, like vanilla Destiny, that shit was so bare bones, but the gunplay and the world was fun, especially for people where it's the first time they've ever played anything like Destiny. You know, I obviously played WoW beforehand, so I was like, okay, like, you know, this is this. But for people that, you know, for people who are on console that had never experienced something that is MMO-like or loot-based, that shit was crazy. Most people don't understand is people who are subject to insane amounts of power like Techno tricks aren't games release will be stuck in the way that they want to be OP all the time. See? And the nerf class without any buffs or much any class viewed down upon. Oh, totally agree. I think that the way that they approached that first round of balance changes, not only was it horrific timing, it was just they just missed the mark. And I understand that they, you know, I think it's pretty clear to most people, and I get that people are upset about it and they want to, a lot of people, and look, I just look at a lot of the Reddit posts, which is a super vocal minority of the actual player base, right? Like, I think at the start there was 30,000 people in the subreddit, and maybe there's 100,000 now, I don't know. But even then, when you talk about 2 million demo downloads and you have all of Game Pass who has access to the game now as well, it's still a super vocal minority. Like, you have a lot of there's bajillions of people playing this game that have no idea what Reddit is or a subreddit is, and they're just playing it. And even the people who do know what the sub is, the people that have no problems aren't the ones making the post, right? It's the people that are upset. And that's how it always works with gaming subreddits. And that's totally fine. But it is, you know, it's, geez, oh, what the hell was I talking about beforehand? Shit, I lost my whole train of thought. Blah, 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 constructive something. I looked at your comment. Oh yeah, the nerf cycle. They just missed the mark. I think that generally everybody understands how bullet builds were at that point. I mean, they were definitely strong. I attribute that a lot to the ease of use of the mods as well. Bullet mods are just a lot easier to actually make use of than anomaly mods are. Just straight up. There's like literally like 6 anomaly mods total that don't require you to get a kill with a gun beforehand. But you have, you know, the optics of it is, hey, you guys are doing this end game really fast. Stop it. You know? And then like when you have a bunch of people complaining about Devastator in particular, AP builds in particular, even if it's not necessarily true, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because like what are you really balancing for? Like, do you balance for that front end where those bullet builds were cruising through CT15 and like optimized ones were clearly doing very well, but even like somewhat suboptimal ones were clearing okay? Or do you balance for, hey, everybody has the sets that they actually want. How fast are you going to be able to clear this shit? And it looks like they kind of went for that first approach where it was like bullet builds seem to be clearing a little too fast for what we were expecting at this point. And so they took them down a peg and tried to make them more in line with everything else, which is fine. But the vulnerability nerfs hit some of the other classes. And so when you have that and you don't have any buffs, and then the server, you know, inventory issues start happening, just the optics of it, just terrible timing. Terrible, terrible, terrible timing. You know what I mean? Because you're giving people just more shit to complain about. You know? The optics of it is just atrocious. It's like, okay, people are getting their inventories wiped, and then they're like, oh, now you're going to nerf everything that we like. You know? Like, did the chem plant and the Boomtown time changes have to happen? Probably not. Maybe chem plant a little bit. Maybe. But Arcways is the exact same. You know? Boomtown, I really don't think the timer needed to change that much. But they clearly, I think most people understand that the developers have a time, they had a time in mind for how fast people should be able to clear gold 15s. And they looked at bullet builds and thought, this is going, you know, this is being a little too safe. This is being too egregious, like clearing the timer with 5 minutes to go. They're like, no, we want it to be a little bit tighter. But at the same time, it's like those people that were already struggling, it just makes it feel worse to them. Because then you get on the whole thing of, let's blame the streamers, let's blame the content creators, that's what you're bouncing around. Which I really don't think is the case. I really don't. And I mean, I'm a nobody content creator. I don't exist, right? But like, did I know life the shit out of this game? 100%. But is there 0% chance that somebody else could have just gone top tree blighted rounds and done everything that I did in the first couple of days? Everybody could have done that. And everybody, I'm sure there's people that have no idea about YouTube that or Reddit that bought this game or got it on Game Pass, and they were like, oh, top tree looks good. This looks like it combines with blighted rounds. You know? And I don't think that they're balancing around that necessarily. I think that they just missed the mark with those balance changes a little bit. Bullet builds definitely need to be tuned. Vulnerability probably didn't need to get touched. But they should have slapped in some buffs in between. You know, you can't just have, you gotta have like a balanced sandwich. You gotta have like some nerfs, then like some buffs in the middle so that everybody's, so it still tastes good. And then you can have some timer, balance changes, quality of life shit on the bottom. But instead, the whole thing was just nerf. Overcooked nerf sandwich. And then the the napkin that they gave you to clean it up with was a fucking inventory wipe. So, definitely not the most balanced dining experience. Stargraven Coliseum is my favorite. Knowing the ins and outs of the expeditions. Ensures you victory, rather it's its highest gold, or if you want to chill in place. So, yeah, I really like Coliseum too. Coliseum, I mean, you can't really go wrong with Coliseum levels in games, right? And I like Stargrave's a quick one. Certain classes, Stargrave sucks because of the birds, you know, but in other ones that can deal with birds easily, Stargrave's dope. That first room is the worst room. Everything else is fairly out in the open. Pretty slow spawns. But Coliseum is just a straight shot, you know? It's a 3-roomer. I still love Chemplant. But Chemplant CT14, to get that gold, you're probably just better off going to Arcways, you know? But I'd love to see some people's ideas for like what kind of endgame activity do people actually want to see where you could cater to multiple different builds. You know, if they go and make a whole horde mode game mode and people still want to run infinite bullet builds, even though there's no time base to it, then what are people going to do then? You know? They could make raid content. Try and bake in some kind of an aggro mechanic, kind of like, who was the first boss in the Division 2 first raid? I think you could like shoot him on the leg or something and you could draw aggro. You know, you could do something like that and then people could run tank builds if they wanted to. But then that might force people to run tank builds. And then you might have Devastators getting kicked from groups because they're not running tank builds. People are always going to be assholes, you know? Boomtown's your favorite, huh? Oh yeah, I mean, choosing the expedition is such a huge... Just picking some, when you're first starting, picking some expeditions that you really like and just getting really good at them, that's part of the fun of the game. That's part of the fun of the time trials, is going and like trying different paths, like trying different ways of pulling enemies, like all different kinds of stuff like that, you know? Figuring out where all the spawns are so you can kill them quicker. And it just kind of depends on, you know, your gear and everything as well. Like for me, initially climbing, I think I took Chemplant on my Technomancer like all the way to CT15 because I liked Chemplant. It was super controlled and you could figure out the spawns pretty easily. Wasn't the biggest fan of Boomtown. Fucking can't stand Frontline, specifically because of the boss there. Boomtown's a quick one, but that last room, when you're not optimized, can be really fucking painful. And now the timer's even shorter. Ever say you're such a touchy class in a game like this? Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, all of the builds that aren't just pure damage are touchy. You know? Because this game wasn't built with the, you know, the holy trinity of MMOs in mind. It wasn't built with tank, healer, DPS in mind. It's a looter shooter at the end of the day, and the goal is damage. Yet you have entire trees dedicated to making your character tankier. Not necessarily a tank, because in my opinion you need some kind of threat generation to have an actual tank. But, you know, so then when you have a skill tree like that, you have people who say this, if you have a skill tree, you should be able to play it and you should be able to get XYZ with it. You know, and I just don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that's in most games, not every single skill tree is viable. And I mean, obviously, it's dependent on the content. Speedrunning is not conducive to being a mega tank that does no damage. It is conducive to doing a lot of damage and having enough tankiness to survive.
Skills to good use.
You know? DC Online Last Earth Power. Dude, I never played DC Online. I really fucking wanted to, though. I must have downloaded DC Universe Online on 7 different occasions, and every single time I could not get access to a server for some reason. It was just broken. I don't know why. And now it's, you know, now it's a little too late. They do a class, I want a summoner. Oh, that could be interesting. But it would have to be a summoner that... It'd have to be an aggressive summoner. You know? Have you ever played PSO2? Like, their summoner class has... Like, you have a bunch of pets that you can, like, raise and stuff. And then, depending on what pet you have out, like, you can use certain combat abilities. So it's like, it's still active, you know? You're not just sitting behind cover with a summon. Something like that could be kind of cool. Having something lightning or storm based could be cool too. But with new elements and stuff would come, you know, you'd have to have new status effects. Like, what the hell is lightning gonna do that doesn't already exist, you know? Prevent abilities from working? That would suck.
Count me in.
But yeah, I mean, I get that people, time trials are not for everybody. Totally makes sense. But I feel like, just in my gut, the likelihood of them massively changing expeditions in some way within a month of launch is probably not likely. I think it's probably more likely that they're like, hey, we'll make something else. I'd love to see raid content. They already have the blueprint for it. Those, like the Chrysalid fight and the Acari fight, are, you know, they have decent mechanics. You just have to expand on those. And even something like that could make it so having a tank build or having a support build would be helpful. I think as soon as the game becomes more about the multiplayer, now that inventory is done and like the server issues are done, I think you might see a lot more tank builds and a lot more support builds just because of multiplayer. You know, once people start playing with their friends, they're not going to give a shit if they don't do enough damage if they're building full tank. You know, if you're running with 3 of your buddies and you're like, hey, I'll go tank build and like bunch people up, are your buddies really going to care? Probably not, unless they're getting, you know, fucking stomped. But it sucks because it's like, it's not like you can grab aggro. If you could grab aggro in this game, then tank builds automatically become great. Avengers had, they released Tachyon Rifts, which in my opinion, I only played it a little bit, but in my opinion, it was the absolute wrong way to go about time trials. I'm sure somebody else has probably played more Avengers. You know, I put in a ton of hours into Avengers before Tachyon Rifts were released, but I was pretty much checked out when they dropped them because it was essentially just while you were running through this mission, your health would just gradually deplete. And for me, those are the worst. Those are like always the worst levels in gaming, in my opinion. You know? Where it's like, get from point A to point B before your health runs out. And it's like, oh, fuck this. Like, that sucks.
should be interesting.
Nothing happened, Andrew. We're just chilling.
Put my skills to good
Just
use.
trying to get an Acari piece today. But it's like, you know, they have to walk a thin line with when it comes to tanky stuff. You know, Division 2, one of the first popular builds that was out was a build that basically kind of did what Fortress does now, where like the more armor that you had, the higher your defensive stat was. God, I can't remember what the fuck the numbers were in Division 2 anymore, but the more armor that you had, the higher your attack power would go. So you'd be super tanky and be able to survive all of the highest world tier shit, and then you'd also do a ton of damage. And it's like that type of stuff is not really what they want in terms of game design, you know? They want, if you're going to go and you're going to be able to do a ton of damage, then you got to sacrifice some survivability. But, you know, there's the other camp where it's like, hey, it's a PvE game, let people be broke and OP. And I feel like when you have an actual working build, you do feel pretty fucking powerful, in my opinion. Both went down. You can be interrupted while reviving. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people played the demo as well and was not expecting it to be, was not expecting the full game to be as much of a challenge as it is. And that's not to say it's hard, it's just like, if you want to beat a timer, you gotta try. With Chem Plant, honestly, the thing that eats up time on Chem Plant is that the first, you know, inside room that you walk into, and the second inside room. Like, you can go, I don't know if you're already using, like, the little elevator skip, but you can, in that room where you have to, where the captains spawn, and then, you know, the mobs come out, and then you basically wait for the elevator to open up, you can go and, if you're not killing all of those guys quick enough, the elevator will just open. It's on, like, a set timer. And so if you just kind of stall those people, you don't have to kill everything. You can just go and run straight into the elevator and it will kill off all of them automatically. And then what you can do is when you're in the elevator, you can go and like run around the front of the elevator and shoot at the front of the elevator, and it will aggro the 5 breakers that are up top and have them start running towards you, so that you don't have to run out and chase after them. That can be helpful too. You just have to make sure that you kill them while you're standing in the elevator, because if you leave the elevator and they walk into it, then they're going to get stuck in the elevator, kind of like all the enemies did in Marvel Avengers, and that will kill your run. Carries 2 people, 1 shots most elites. I mean, I don't know. Every single class has a build that's doing solid, and they're just gonna find more and more as the game goes on, you know. Like Mayo's carrying 2 people right now in expeditions as a devastator. You know, I'm sure there's people who are carrying people as a technomancer. You're gonna get a lot of in co-op, you're going to get a lot of people that are just really good, and they just want to go in and chill. You're going to get a lot of people that are absolutely trash, and they can't, you know, climb, and that's their only hope. And you just might have to carry them, you know, it just kind of depends. I have a hard time getting gold in Chem Plant, but I mean, Chem Plant CT15 gold is significantly, you know, they shaved off like literally like 3 fucking minutes, 4 minutes. So it's a lot harder, but yeah, I'd shave off time in the elevator thing if you're not already doing that already. That could probably save you a couple seconds. And then trying to line up, you know, line up and kill all the enemies as fast as possible. I mean, I guess that's kind of obvious, but once the in any expedition, once the enemies start spreading out, really can just eat into your fucking timer. What's up, Skyhawk? How are you doing, bro? I adjusted my webcam today so that even though I'm leaning back and off to the side, I'm not leaning out of frame today. Progress, people, progress. Whoops. Munching on lunch. I hear you, bro. I hear you. I just got finished with mine. How many cannonballs does it take to get to the Tootsie Rolled center of an Acari set? That's the question we're trying to find out. 3 days. Gotten 1 Acari piece, but I don't count it because it's the helmet, and the helmet can just be bought from the vendor. I sent up to CT15 now, the white bugs are fixed. Yeah, has anybody reported any wipes since the fix was in, I wonder? Worst possible appearances. Yeah, that's gonna be the real end game. Just like Warframe. Fashion. You gotta make sure your character doesn't look like dog shit. I was really surprised with the amount of people asking for Transmog. Like, I get that Transmog is very, very cool and important, but like, to my knowledge, there's not a single other looter shooter that exists that has Transmog. Like, the only game that I can actually think of in regards to Transmog is WoW. And that took them literally 18 years. It's not that it shouldn't exist, but it's like, it's just a strange ask when, like, it's a strange expectation, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong. Is there another one that has Transmog? Like, Destiny doesn't have Transmog. Bunch of confused people that turned out to be before the patch. Oh man, I saw on the post the dev was like, hey, this was before the patch. Why are you telling me this? Like, we're gonna restore stuff. Destiny has ornaments, but it's not for like every piece of gear, you know? Whereas like WoW has like a true transmog system. Like if you get a piece of loot, that appearance is saved and you can apply it to any piece of gear. Whereas like Destiny has like a certain amount of ornament sets that you can apply to across your gear, but it's like if you find a hood that you really like, you can't just slap that onto another item, you know? Oh yeah, I guess Destiny is getting transmog next season, but that, I mean, that still kind of goes with my point though. Destiny's literally been around for 10 years at this point, or however many years, I don't even remember. What is it, like 8 years? So I'm just saying, it's like the expectation that like Outriders would just have it straight up the gut. You know what I mean? Like I don't disagree that transmog would be dope. I'm just saying I think it's like weird, like, and on my list of things that of like features that I would want from a new looter shooter, like Outriders goes for, you know, like, hey, actual endgame, like solid legendaries, like powerful class design, like abilities that actually look dope, like a modding system, a crafting system, like those things. None of the other looter shooters really launched with them, right? So they check off those, but then it's like, oh, but you don't have transmog. That's all. I just think it's like, it was strange to me that it was such a heavy thing. Star Wars The Old Republic had it, but you need original pieces on the appearance. Yeah, but like again, well, I mean, I guess that is at launch, but again, that's an MMO where it's a little bit different in terms of like the studio that's running it. That game, man, I wish that game was good. I wish when people try and make WoW killers, I really wish they would just make like, don't make a WoW killer. Just make a solid MMO. Especially when you got Star Wars as the IP. Like, come on, bro. Just give me another Knights of the Old Republic. Let me see that Knights of the Old Republic 3. I would give my like left toe to see that. You know? Oh god, you so could get out of my party. But that's all I'm saying. It's like there's, like, I don't know. I feel like in terms of taking, like, having solid things at launch versus other looter shooters, like they nailed it pretty well. And then there's like a small amount of people who are like, it's like, you know, it's irredeemable that it didn't release with Transmog, and it's like, Destiny's been out for 8 years. It's one of the biggest console shooters of all time. And they're just getting Transmog like next season. Supposedly different studios working on Knights of the Old Republic. Man, I would fuck so hard with a Knights of the Old Republic movie. Could you even imagine? Like, if they made a fucking Knights of the Old Republic movie trilogy, that would be so dope. And it'd be so easy. It's so set up for a fucking movie. It's not even funny. God, that's like one of my favorite games of all time. Too good. And if they made one that was next gen and a legit RPG, I mean, I want a Star Wars MMO so bad, but SWTOR just was like not there. They added a little bit too much random shit. But just nail a good Star Wars RPG for me, please. No cannonball, no cannonball, no cannonball. Come on, people.
My friend, I do believe
Come on.
you're gonna get along just fine, you and me.
Dude, this is crazy, right? Like, this is crazy. It's not like I'm getting an assortment. It's like I have fucking 6 cannonball vests. Like, how is this even possible? Oh, man. God damn it.
Don't suppose you got nothing to do with that light show, Hunter? Nah, you're too busy decapitating monsters for
Dude,
me.
like, this is not okay. How is that even possible, man? God.
Y'all do real fine work. Come back when you're looking for more action.
That cannonball, dude. Like, how is it possible? Like, what is the percent? I gotta know. Somebody do the math. The amount of pyro sets plus the amount of generic legendaries plus the cannonball sets. What's the percentage chance of getting like 6 cannonball vests? It like has to be. I mean, I should go out and buy a fucking lottery ticket. Real gamers appreciate good mechanics. Facts, facts. Too many games are listed as the X killer nowadays. Yeah, I mean, how many WoW killers don't exist anymore? All of them, pretty much.
I can see them. Let them be. If they wanted to fight, they might be waiting us out. What if there's more? Will you calm down?
Mobile MMOs. Like, what mobile MMOs? I'm curious. Like my mobile gaming suite is essentially
Good use.
90% gacha games. And then let's see, we had Duel Links and Genshin. And that's basically the extent of my mobile gaming. Which I mean isn't a small amount. There's obviously a bajillion gacha games, but I am curious if there's other like, are there other mobile MMOs that are actually solid? Like Genshin is a you know, as far as gachas is concerned, the actual mechanics and the combat of the game is like pretty solid. As far as you know, you're getting an MMO offering. The grind is fucking real, but graphically versus other gacha games, you know, you're a little bit more in control of the combat. But I haven't played any other kind of MMO on mobile, at least. Marvel Contest of Champions. Actually, I do believe I started Marvel Contest of Champions. Is that the one that is like top-down-ish, and you know you've got like the 3 abilities on the bottom right-hand corner, like that style? I think I started that. I think I stopped it. Cause I don't know which girl I got. Like, I just like looked at the tier list and bought some like chick. I think it was like some girl with a shield. Might be Miss Marvel or something like that, or like the female version of Thor. I don't know. Because they said she was good, but I didn't really play much after that. Played some of that Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, Arknights, Genshin, obviously, Dokkan, Pokemon Masters, some Duel Links. I even played Raid Shadow Legends for a little bit, but I got a new phone and couldn't remember any of my login information. And then I just said, all right, well, scratch that off the list. But what else? Epic 7 was pretty solid. Dragon Ball Legends was pretty solid. Arknights. Genshin. Hero Kantara is not bad. Pokemon Masters. Remember when Pokemon Go was actually like legit as fuck, and then they ruined the tracking system and everybody stopped playing it within like 3 weeks? The mobile MMORPG is oversaturated. Like which MMORPGs are you talking about, Andrew, though? Like are you saying like just mobile games in general? Like are you considering like gacha games like an MMO?
Count me in.
Like if I think mobile, like I don't know. I don't even know if I would consider Genshin a mobile MMO, because I mean it has co-op elements, but it's not like a World of Warcraft type thing where everybody's persistently in the same world, you know? But I was never a mobile gaming person until I got a new job and had to take the train in to work, and then I was like, yo, like, fuck this, I gotta do something. But those gacha games, man, they are a fucking money sink. Holy cannoli. Oh, I didn't even know... I didn't even know Black Desert had a mobile version. It does? Interesting.
Well, that's done. Now to bring this beauty back to Noah.
Hold on, I'm curious now. 1 second. Sorry if that's super loud. Oh yeah, mobile MMO, World of Kings, huh? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it also kind of depends on the... Depends on the style of MMO and the style of mobile game, too. You know? Those Chinese and Korean MMOs, they love the grind. They fucking love the grind. You know, like Black Desert, like those are the types of games when you log in for the first time, your inventory is immediately filled by like 19 different random offerings that are all trying to get you to spend more to finish a bingo board, and then like you only get like 12 slots of bag space unless you pay like $20, you know? Oh man, AFK Arena, I have no fucking idea how they I don't understand like what counts as false advertising anymore. I don't understand it. I got AFK Arena and the advertisements depict an entirely different game. Do you agree? AFK Arena, the advertisement looks ridiculous. AFK Arena, the actual game, looks nothing like it. It doesn't play anything like it at all. Like, it's just, it's so weird to me. Like, it's a totally different game. I have no idea what happened along the development cycle. Totally different game, though. I put a ton of hours into it, but it's nothing like it shows. Golden Chem playing again, no later. So doable still. Nice, dude. But like stuff like Epic 7 is a pretty solid gacha. You can do everything without having to spend money. But like the actual gameplay is pretty decent. The cutscenes are all like pretty legit CG. Arknights is pretty solid as a free-to-play one. Genshin, I have never been a fan of its in terms of pity and stuff, it's not the worst. But in terms of like endgame gameplay and the resin system, I mean, that shit is for the birds. But I spent a lot of time in Genshin as well. Grand Chase, I have heard of it, but I have not played it. I was into Dokkan Battle for the longest time. But I mean, that's the definition of a gacha game where the gameplay, I mean, is non-existent. The gameplay is pretty atrocious, but the IP, you know, Dragon Ball, like, who doesn't want to go and make a team of, you know, Super Saiyan fusions? But, man, they will steal your wallet. Sorry, I'm trying to see what Grand Chase looks like as a game. Oh, I see. Is it like team-based? Can you move around in Grand Chase? Or is it like Ultimate Ninja Blazing where like your team is stationary pretty much? They made these hunts CT15 add a master hunt for doing all 10 where maybe you fight a boss or even a few bosses. Dude, that'd be legit. But it's stuff like that where like I feel like that wouldn't be, I mean, obviously whatever they do would require some development effort, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing to just say, hey, like if you hit CT15 or like, you know, make the challenge tiers apply to some of the hunts, make like a master level hunt. New question, every time I come out of an expedition it randomizes. How do you just repeat chem plant? You can't. And nothing's a noob question, broski. It's just the game is designed where they want you to like rotate whatever maps you're on. I don't know why it is, because there's no penalty for leaving an expedition, but basically what you have to do is just load up a random expedition that you don't want to do and then abandon it and hope that Chem Plant pops back up again. That's why you see me in a bunch of videos just joining into something and then leaving, joining and leaving. I feel like they should just go and open up the whole map, because there's no penalty for just joining and abandoning one, but I don't know. Most games in mobile have in-game monetization or a way to purchase progression. Yeah, totally. And that's part of the appeal too. Some people like being able to pay for that progression. It just and I'm totally okay with that, depending on like the circumstances. You know, like I'll pay for characters that I want to play and stuff, but I never like the ones that involve PvP and stuff. That's where it gets a little hairy. You know what I mean? Like Grand Cross. Whereas like, okay, if you don't have like this team, you're gonna get fucking dumpstered, you know? Or Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, where it's like, hey, if you didn't make your account on this date and immediately start playing the PvP ladder, you're gonna be getting dumpstered, you know? It's random because the storm covers some, so that's why they're unavailable. I mean, I get how that would be from like a lore perspective. I just don't get why it's an actual gameplay perspective thing. You know what I mean, Mayo? But I have no problem with them making money in a certain way. But like the problem, you know, the problem that I had with Genshin is like you have people already paying for these characters, right? Like a guaranteed 5-star is what? You're looking at like $500 basically. It's like $250 to get to the first pity, but that's not guaranteed to get you the featured one. But if your first 5-star isn't the featured one, then your next one is guaranteed to be. So like at the top level, it's like $500 to get a guaranteed 5-star in Genshin. And then people want, like, the problem is a normal gacha game, like an Epic 7 or a Dokkan Battle, you go and you pay for your characters and stuff, but like the actual gameplay is fairly shallow. It's just like, all right, like maybe you auto run something, right? Like you do it first, you do it right the first time manually, and then you can auto complete it, and that's how people farm stuff. So they have a stamina system in place to prevent you from just auto running everything infinitely for the entire day. Like that way they can charge you money. But with Genshin, because it's so much like an MMO, and because like you actually are physically playing the characters, there's no auto hunts, and you're actually playing it, and the gameplay is fairly fun, and the combat is fairly fun. The resin system feels mega fucking bad, because it's not like you're just limiting someone on auto farming. It's like, hey, I got these characters, but I can't do anything that's useful to me right now in terms of progression unless I pay extra money. And you're playing the MMO. It's not like you're playing like just the mobile game. You know what I mean? And that sucks. And especially with how little resin you fucking got, where it's like you could do what, a domain is 20 resin, and the cap originally was like 80 resin, I want to say, and then they bumped it to 120, something like that. And it's like, okay, so you can do 6 domains for a whole fucking day, and then it's a wrap. And like, hey, I want to play this game more. I want to spend more money, but you're literally making it so I can't, because of the resin system. And so it's like, that's the type of shit that I fucking can't stand. Like, if someone already dropped $500 on a fucking 5-star, or they dropped $2,000 on a constellated 5-star, let them play the fucking game. Or let the resin system grow with you, like it does in Dokkan, where it's like if you play the game a lot and you're at a certain level, then your stamina is at a certain level too. But it's a Chinese, what do you call it? It's a Chinese gacha game, right? Pretty sure it is. Don't think Genshin's a Korean one. $2K in a month on Genshin, he's quit playing now. Yeah, dude. Hey, man, if you look back at some of my Genshin videos, I definitely did not play it like it was a free-to-play game. And you see a lot of content creators that were playing other games and they switched to Genshin because people are fanatical about their gacha games. You know? It's a quick way to get a lot of views. But then there's also the other side of it where it's like, man, for me, it's like, you know, like to make content for a game like that and keep making content, but sometimes that grind is just not, like, if I'm not having fun, I don't really want to play it and make content for it. But I do hop on Genshin from time to time, but I mean, my team was fucking stacked. I've skipped a bunch of content now, but I definitely not play that game like it was free to play. Yeah, I mean, I love MTash. Love that dude. He was like one of the reasons why I even started making like content. Like I liked watching his stuff. And you know, and people shouldn't be, you know, stuck playing the same type of game over and over again. You know, Destiny got old too. But that's the struggle, is like, for me when it comes to games, like I want to play whatever game that I'm actually like enjoying playing. And like usually I go like super hard in the paint on games. And like the reason why I don't really play a lot of just like straight single player games is because like I lose my attention really fast. Like I like the grind. I like being able to try and min-max and find loot and stuff. And then, but like if you're playing a game and the developers are not all there, and you know, you start to lose that, like, you lose that motivation. You know, like I don't really like to make super, like, contrary to popular belief, I don't like making like super mega clickbait shit that's like, that's not like useful. You know what I mean? Even though it does get the clicks, sometimes you have to put it on thumbnails. But like I'm not gonna go and make a 5-minute video for a farm that is dog shit. You know what I mean? And so when you have like, okay, hey, we got this farm checked off, we got this farm checked off, we got this class build checked off. It's like you could go and make a 5-minute build for, you know, a 5-minute video for X, Y, and Z and get more views. But then it's like, God damn it, like I don't really want to put out garbage, you know, but that is how you grow channels and stuff. But with the Tash, man, it's like, hey, you play Destiny. There's only so much you can do in any given season, right? Like I would put out like raid guides and stuff, but like once you put out the raid guides, it's like, okay, that's kind of it for until the next season, unless you want to put out some other random stuff. But like for me, like the raids are the fun part, you know? Getting the chess piece for Acari this run? Dude, all right. Hey, somebody finally putting some good shit out into the ether right now. I'm just saying. No Cannonball voodoo coming from Germany. But it's like, I definitely, you know, I don't blame people going for where the money is, or going for, you know, a different style of game. They should be able to play what they want. It's just tough, especially if you're a small content creator. It's tough going from, you know, one game to another game. You got to grind out a specific game for like a while. And so it's, for me, it's just about having that game and having it be solid. Like, man, I fucking love Outriders. I really do. I just hope that they keep iterating on it, you know?
should be
I haven't even touched Path of Exile. Everybody's telling me about Path of Exile.
good use.
I played Diablo 3 like pretty hardcore. But for me again, it was like I like that grind. I like making my character super strong, but I like the Paragon levels, like that stuff is not my idea of fun content, you know what I mean? Difficulty makes no difference for the hunt mission? No. So from what I understand, like you basically can run every single, like we're getting the legendary from the completion of all 10 hunts, right? So basically what you're supposed to do is do all of them on world tier 1 and then do the last one on whatever world tier you have at the highest. On this character though, because I went through all the world tiers at world tier 1, like my max world tier is like 8. You know, so you're gonna spend resources regardless to get your legendary up to where it needs to be, but that just saves you, you know, a couple of levels of having to level up the legendary. Diablo 3 was cool and all, but the season started. See, I stopped playing before there was even seasons in Diablo 3. Like, I played Reaper of Souls. I don't think seasons were out yet, right? I don't even think the greater rifts, like the on the whole, were like a real thing yet. I can't remember though. They probably were. But like Paragon levels in any game are just not my idea of a fun time. Like they added them kind of in Division as well with the, God, I can't even remember what they called it in Division. But like you came back and like all of a sudden like people were like level 500 and it's like, sometimes I like to swap between games, you know? Even World of Warcraft, like I'll go hardcore on WoW and like raiding. And then it's like, okay, now it's like the game amounts to raiding 2 days a week and then I want to play something else. You like Diablo and you hate PoE, huh? Why do you hate PoE? I mean, like, in terms of ARPGs, like, mine, it's pretty much, let's see, Diablo, and then I played Marvel Heroes Omega. And I have no problem with them. I like to grind for a goal. I don't necessarily like to grind for the sake of grinding. You know what I mean? But I heard PoE is great. The seasons, I'm guessing, are just, you know, what, they add different modifiers and shit? But do you have to start all over? I'm guessing you have to start all over, like... I don't know if that's... if I consider that fun. Granted, I haven't played it before, so... Bad taste is there, I gotcha. I'm that same way. I'm that same way even with Destiny raids. Like a lot of people love the Last Wish Destiny raid. I fucking can't. That's my least favorite raid in the history of Destiny. I hate Last Wish. It's all because of the opening day for Last Wish. I just fucking hate it. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, people seem pretty fanatical about Path of Exile. They seem to really love it. I mean, I don't know what new like expansion thing they were talking about, but I saw like a bunch of content creators talking about whatever the new thing that was coming to Path of Exile is, but I have not touched it. Vault of Glass most difficult you've ever done? Dude, no. King's Fall. King's Fall's hands down. Everybody got to bow to King's Fall. First Infernal Seed, nice, dude. Nice, nice, nice. $9.1K juggler. I mean, the thing is, right? Juggler isn't really used for the firepower. It's basically just used for the weapon proc, so you don't have to be too jealous at the very least, you know? Now, if it was a 99.1K Inferno Seed or Tactical Rifle, then I would say you have a right to be upset. But also, your friend got something good, so I guess you don't really... no reason to be upset anyway. Damn, dude, I cannot believe it fucking snowed out today. I mean, I kind of can because that's just New England, like, fucking might as well snow, right? But...
Well, this should be interesting.
it's one more reason to move to Florida.
Count me in.
Inferno's cool, man. Is it going to be better than your pre-order gun? Maybe not, but it's at least a legendary that's usable on its own at the very least. Really curious to see what the development team starts going after now that the inventory bug seems to be out of the way, you know? Like, what other kind of stuff are they going to come up with? Hopefully some good shit. State do I live in? I'm in Massachusetts, my friend. Good old Boston. Born and raised. Dude, I feel like the 380 pre-order things don't exist. Like, I just feel, until I see actual proof, like, I just don't believe it. I think the highest one that someone's found that actually showed evidence was like a 378. And even then, I think, man, I gotta feel like to get to a 100k tact rifle, it's gotta be, it's gotta be 390. Has to be. If 377 brings you to 95k, as you've seen, is 376. Yeah, I mean, mine was 377. This 95.2k one was 377. This is the gun that you got in your inbox, Skyhawk. I did just drop a video, like literally this morning. If you want to go and look, I kind of explain why it's somewhat important. If you want to get a pretty easy to grab, hold on one sec. But yeah, I mean, I dropped a video today on it, if you don't already know. But, and again, I mean, do it at your own risk. I have no idea if they consider it to be messed up or not, but I mean, everybody's friggin' doing it. So it's like, if everyone's cheating, nobody's cheating. But I don't know. Just don't know. But basically, you can just go and grab that from your, grab it from your inbox. And switch it to the tactical version. And then if it's above 370, then you can just upgrade it. Oh, you can level it up to 50 and then upgrade it to legendary. Or not legendary, excuse me. You can upgrade to epic and you can get like, if it's above 370, it'll have above 90,000 firepower. If you don't, then what people are doing is they're making new characters essentially. And they're running the new character all the way through the prologue, dumping this in their vault, then going on their main character and changing it to tactical and then seeing if it's 370 or not. Where the fuck am I going here? Oh, for some reason, whenever I go to this place, I always lose track of this lady. I should really just pick up this quest.
Yeah.
I'm going to. Very cool. Now I don't have to see it anymore.
Find me some of that tech.
But I mean, if you feel like it's worth it to you to get a rifle like that, then by all means go for it. But you know, I do talk about the risks a little bit. Like some people are going and they're, you know, save scumming and they're just stacking up like 10 of them in their inventory and then trying to reroll them. If they don't get the one they want, then they're just exiting out of the game and then trying to reroll those same 10 again. And I don't know if the developers care about that. I mean, nobody really knows at this point. But the thing is a shit ton of people are actually, you know, going and getting these guns because it's a really easy way to get the gun. Yeah, I just don't know. You really don't know. They like they've been pretty transparent on how they feel about a lot of the exploiting stuff, and then on other parts they have not been as transparent. And because punishments don't seem to be happening immediately, nobody really knows for sure how they're going to handle it. Like if everybody who pre-ordered goes and does that and levels it up and everybody's marked, then it's the same thing as nobody being marked. Right? Like the marking, I feel like it's a tough line to walk because it should really be reserved for the people that are legitimately hacking, cheating, and exploiting. You know? Like if you're hacking, you shouldn't be in the same queue as everybody else. But it's like putting somebody who shoplifted like a piece of gum in the same prison cell as somebody who, like, you know, in the same maximum security prison as somebody who like murdered 8 people. It's like, what is it gonna do? Like, what is it gonna solve? But I'm just relaying the information to everybody else because a ton of people are doing it. I don't watch too many other content creators, but I would have to guess if they're running bullet builds, they probably have a pretty solid role on one of those. Most ambassadors are doing it so they'd be tanking their program. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, and you know, from what we've kind of seen so far, it seems like they, you know, when it comes to like some kind of new bug that pops up, they're like, if they don't patch it, they're not like punishing people when it happens. They're punishing people if they continue to do it after they've made a statement about it. I don't know. They could do that. They could totally do that. They could cap it or something like that. Or what's more likely to happen is they nerf bone shrapnel, which it's a good tier 2 mod, but it's not like Omega great. And it seems like bone shrapnel is, I don't know if you'd call it a bug. I'd call it a bug, where Bone Shrapnel Ultimate, the tier 3 version, is basically a worse version of the tier 2 version, which I feel like is not intended. So they might go and just swap them around. Gold timers on Chem Plant, Boomtown, and Drought Palace now. Nice, dude. I was on for gold on Boomtown, I think, then a guy joins. Oh, man. That's the fucking worst. That happens. It's so weird when you're hitting the boss and then you're like, oh, shit. Like, why is he not taking any damage? And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, that's why. Give me 1 second after I turn this in. Okay, someone put the Acari chest into the ether. Okay, so there's a good possibility here that we might just get it. I'm not into astrology or anything, but maybe the stars will align here.
By the grace of your murderous arts, another beauty adorns my wall. Thanks again.
Boots of the Lava Lich. Fuck my life, yo. Dude, no joke. It's not possible to get this many dupes. It's not possible. Give me 1 second. Let me just let my dog out real quick. I think he already peed on the couch, but whatever. Okay. Goddamn, dude. Alright, I'm back, sorry. I think the T2 and T3 are swapped for sure. Damn straight. When do the shop special offers actually refresh? They don't. The special offers are on a timer, but the elite ones, they don't seem to refresh ever. Guys, at the very least, man, at the very least, we will know. I mean, we're getting pretty good sample data, right? We're getting pretty good sample data in regards to Cannonball set versus fucking everything else. And, you know, other sets, I suppose, too. Maybe I should just not make it a Cannonball count, but an everything else count aside from Acari. I mean, here's the deal. If I was a Reddit conspiracy theorist, I would say this is bullshit and that they just they're making everything up and they're artificially messing with drop rates. But I know that it's just pure bullshit RNG and I'm just super unlucky. And I just have to suck it up. And then at some point, there's going to be a breaking point where I'm going to get the stuff I want. And then I just, you know, we'll get to the promised land. How fucking hilarious would it be? Say I farm this all day today, all day this weekend. And then, like, on Monday, the balance team is like, Pyromancer's doing too good. And they just nerf everything. It would just be like... God, then I might feel some type of way. You know? Part of me wishes there was player trading like Borderlands. I know it can be abused, but I really did like... In Borderlands, at least, like, I had, like, a super... I would farm on Moe's for, like, 12 hours a day, and then we would just give away all the good shit to people in the chat, but, like... Can't do it in Outriders. It's a bummer.
Guy's crazier than a...
Sorry, one second. I'm just gonna text the wife something. Alright, sorry about that.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
Man, I wish I had the foresight. I honestly thought, oh man, I gotta sneeze, hold on. Whew, sorry about that. I honestly thought it wouldn't take this long to get these two pieces. But I should have gone and just clipped every single time I turned in a hunt and then just turned it into an entire fucking mashup at the end of this. of me not getting the legendary I want. I'm just thinking of this as like hyperbolic time chamber training. I'm on World Tier 1, and then once I finally get the set and I can go back into the Majin Buu saga, then I'm just gonna clap some cheeks, you know? One second, man. Oh, that's rough. Hey guys, I'm just saying, my average viewers on Twitch, it's climbing. We were at 0.96 yesterday, now we're at 1.16 today. We're going places, baby. And then obviously my YouTube viewers are always they're always stacked. Representing. What's up, G Phil? How are you doing, bro? They fixed that inventory wipe bug, huh? Are you back on the grind? I know they haven't done the restorations yet, but...
Well, this should be interesting.
Oh, wait, never mind. I was just capped on resource. Saw 55k drop pods and thought it passed into silver. I mean, that's a good problem to have. But yeah, man, I'm just farming hunts still. At this point, I feel like I'm just in too deep. And I gotta just see it through. Like, I gotta... Here's the problem, though. I really need to get at least just, like, one Acari piece or something. Something remotely useful just to keep hope alive. Because it's... 3 days straight. That's a lot of cannonballs, man. It's a lot of cannonballs. Committed at this point. How many people have to watch to get Twitch affiliate? Twitch affiliate needs
Now to bring this beauty back.
hold on. Affiliate is over the course of 30 days, stream for 8 hours, stream on 7 different days, average of 3 viewers per stream, which is like on YouTube, knocked it out of the park. But majority of like the initial, you know, no life streams with the Technomancer was just mostly people watching on YouTube. So the average viewer count, even though stream for 8 hours, I mean, we've streamed for 135 hours, and then stream on 7 different days, we streamed on 15. That's all set. But the average viewer count, because it streams so much with not as many people, it was only 0.96 like yesterday, and today it's 1.16 because we had some other people. But then even affiliate's a little weird, right? Because if you sign on as a Twitch affiliate, you get the subscription button, but you can't multi-stream anymore. So it's like, do you go and do it? Is it worth it? You know? Are people more likely to sub on Twitch? Are people more likely to join the channel on YouTube? If you start just streaming on Twitch, do people actually see your stream? You know what I mean? Like some people, even the people watching on Twitch right now, like what percentage of them only even saw that I was streaming on Twitch because I was already streaming on YouTube? And they just hopped over. Like it's that type of shit. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of stuff to take into account. Whereas like YouTube, if I just set up all my join channel stuff, like channel memberships already exist because I'm past a certain threshold on YouTube. I mean, that was a while ago. And you can set certain things so like only members can watch certain videos or like, you know, have emotes and all that stuff. I just haven't done it. Oh, does it get deleted tomorrow? Oh, thanks for the follow. I mean, you guys can watch wherever you want to watch, really. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, force people to go either way. That's why I'm multi-streaming right now. But, just kind of depends. I want to stream wherever the most people are going to actually be able to see it, you know? Discoverability on Twitch does not exist. Whereas YouTube, it's like you drop a new video, somebody hops into the stream. Who knows? But yeah, it does have Twitch Prime subs. So it's like you have a bunch of people with free, you know, subs to throw out there. That's true. Honestly, I'm not even the most like knowledgeable about it just cuz like I don't like when it comes to like other streamers, like I don't usually like watch, and like most streams I watch is like, you know, League of Legends like professional series and stuff like that, or you know, if there's a world first race going on. So I'm not even super familiar with the substructure or when the analytics reset. Hey, thank you, Dr. Awesome Man. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it, dude. Let me know if you have any questions at all. Seriously. We're just trying to help people climb. And that's what I enjoy doing. So once they really confirm that the inventory wipe is all done, we just, you know, then we can do stuff with viewers and all that. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions at all, dude. There's no such thing as stupid questions. Five-head move, have both streams open. Yeah. I just want to get back to CT15 farming, but I want to do it with this friggin' set. It's just so funny how much it's eluding me right now. Do you have your own Discord? It might be a way to get people from one platform to another. No, I don't, but I can look into making one. I mean, I have some with just like some buddies and stuff, but as far as making one for like an actual channel, I would have to look into how to actually set up everything, you know what I mean? But I'll do it if people want it. Toss in some theory crafting stuff. I'll put it in the notes. Baby steps, yo, baby steps. We got the nightbot set up today. Who knows what we'll have set up tomorrow. And we still gotta do the whole stream elements thing and set up the music. Just to have something going in the background. Oh yeah, you're right. 30-day performance. It is for... It does reset tomorrow, doesn't it?
Should be interesting. Might as well put my skills
Or
to
today.
use.
So confused about... Just got to track down that killing spree now, which has been a pain. Which video were you watching? Were you watching the techno one? If you have like embalmers or you have, you know, you don't necessarily have to use like a rifle either. My current build for techno is using a tactical assault rifle, and those things are really nasty too. Nice, Andrew. Just got off work, bro. So confused about leech on my techno. I do like 30% of my damage in bone trap and toxic. Weapon leech is always like 125k versus 450k skill leech. It might just be how the game is calculating it. As long as you're staying alive, I wouldn't even care what it says on the what it says on the damage screen. Friend did it. He was like getting 5 years on Twitch and 30 on YouTube and slowly converted them using Discord and gets 40 on Twitch. Yeah, I never thought about that, but no, I can go and make one. But Killing Spree is a super solid weapon damage mod. But Embalmers is another really good one. Gravediggers is a good tier 2 one. Anomaly Enhancement's a good tier 2 one as well. But as far as pure weapon damage is concerned, Embalmers, Killing Spree, those are going to be your go-tos. Yeah, Fortress too. I don't have Fortress, so I can't really talk about it. Buffs your scrapnels. Yeah, I mean, Fortress is like 100% needed on AP builds. There's another thing I don't have, but if I can just get these Acari pieces, I don't really care. I'll farm whatever. I'll farm CT15 for the Fortress stuff. And damn, I shouldn't have put the I shouldn't have put the Cannonball count on the screen, because every time I look up I just get depressed. Oh man, that's brutal. Dude, I just need one piece just to keep hope alive. Like, I need one piece that's not a duplicate. Like, just give me something new. Something new. Like, I'd like the Master Consumer, like, Overheat mod. So a legendary with that, even if I don't have it equipped, just to have that mod, because I do want that tier 3 mod. Like, that would be nice. Like, throw me a bone here, PCF. Throw me a bone. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to go and trek back to the stupid camp to then leave to go to the other map. If I could just leave straight from where I was, it would cut down on the time. It would literally cut down like 15 minutes off the time.
Well, this should be interesting.
Like, I really should time it. Like, how long does the actual run take? And then how long am I spending in 3 loading screens? You know? Fortress is huge for Anomaly. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. But I'm at least comfortable. If I can get the rest of the shit that I want, I'm at least comfortable with just swapping through weapons in order to get that anomaly damage instead of using Fortress. But ideally, I want that Fortress. But that's a whole different journey. Right now, we're trying to get those Acari pieces. And it's so funny because when I was playing my Techno, it's like I couldn't get enough of the stupid legendaries, and the Techno legendaries are all trash. Now I'm going and I'm farming specifically for the Pyro legendaries. And I cannot, for my life, over the course of 3 days of near constant farming, get anything that resembles something that I don't already possess. Like, not complaining, just making note of how hilarious the situation is. I mean, it really is just sheer, like, I should go and buy a lottery ticket. Because the odds of this happening, just not that high, man. Hey, thanks for the follow, Brosi. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate. And where the hell is this lady? There she is. Really want for this game is some sort of way to protect a couple items in my inventory so I don't salvage them like that.
He really is a good man. I haven't met many.
Just do CT15. It can't be as bad as this. You gotta understand, though. If I quit now, then I'm just a quitter with no Acari pieces. At a certain point, it's sunken cost fallacy, right? Where it's like, now this is an investment. We have gone, and this is our 3rd day farming for a single Acari piece. If I stop now, then if I stop now, then it was all for nothing. And I have to believe that there's a purpose to all of this. I have to.
Should be interesting. Count me in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna put in, with the first set of quality of life changes, they're gonna add a lock feature. I mean, they already have it on the pre-order stuff, right? But it is annoying. Like, even me, like, I go and I find a piece that I like, and I'm like, oh shit, like, that's cool. And then, like, I don't want to keep it in my inventory because I know I'm gonna mass dismantle it accidentally. 5-day-long guaranteed Cannonball guide. Yep, you guys heard it first. I'm gonna drop in a hot clickbait video that just says how to get infinite ammo in Outriders in both co-op and solo. And it's just gonna be a 15-minute image of the Cannonball set attempting to melee something with full firepower build. Dude, people thought Melee Devastator was hard getting up there. Like, wait until they see full Cannonball firepower build. Good luck. Dude, now I'm scared they're gonna like randomly buff Cannonball. Like they're gonna do to Cannonball what they did to the Migraine, and they're just gonna like change its set bonus randomly to something god tier, and I'm gonna have dismantled all of mine. Please do that. Dude, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I have the mental batteries to... Oh, I have the mental capacity to run an entire game with the Cannonball set. I mean, technically, all this Cannonball gear is going to be, what, level, like, 23 or something? So I could just make an alt. 34. No, so I still need to hit level 30. And then just go from CT1 to CT15 in all Cannonball. Oh my gosh. I want to throw up just thinking about it. Convert your drop pod resources to other ones? I don't know. Don't know. I honestly didn't really do it that much. I know that's like a common thing now is people converting them to money and titanium. My stuff was capped for so long. I wish I could just send money to other characters. That would have been nice.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
But it's like, gotta keep the dream alive. Like, the thing is, if I didn't think that, like, the potential for the Pyro build would be, like, so great, then I would not be running this. But I just know. Like, I just know it'll be solid. Hey, Frank, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Let me know if you have any questions at all, dude. Seriously. Just think a Pyro build min-maxed Okay, I want to min-max some AP builds. I feel like Pyro min-max is going to be fucking absurd. Really absurd. Hopefully better uses for drop pods in the future. Dude, like, I don't know if it would totally break endgame if they just allowed you to reroll one substat. Like, I really don't. I don't think it would be the end of the world. Just one. Make it so, you know. Okay, you don't want to randomize legendaries? That's okay. If I gotta drop 500,000 drop pod resources so that I could reroll one substat, I would take that trade. It would give people an incentive to keep doing expeditions. It would make it so people can make more interesting builds with legendary sets. Just tiny things like that. Dream is strong and steady. Straight up, dude. What did I don't even remember. What did Pocahontas say? Is like steady as a beating drum, bro. That's what we're talking about. Trying not to be a weeping willow. You know? Just got to get through it. Bear down. It's just really funny because, like, the amount of tier 3 pyro stuff I have is like 0. Like, I legit have like 1 tier 3 pyro mod. So there's so many pieces I could get that would be upgrades or potentially beneficial. And it's just so funny to get none of them. Like, the chances of me getting like 19 like lava lich feet and like 10 cannonball vests and like another helmet of the Acari and then like 3 torturer's gloves instead of getting anything else that, like, literally above that, anything else would be helpful. And we just have 3 days we have not seen anything. Like, you can't help but laugh. Like, you really can't. 2 more joined a gold chem plant. Good luck, sir. But man, I want to run CT15s like I'm running these World Tier 1s right now and just nuke a whole room. I believe, man. I really believe, though. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get an Acari chess piece. Or something that is remotely useful in the next 3 runs. I don't know why. Do I have to look at my astrological sign, bro? Like, let's see. What's my astrological sign? My birthday. All right, Libra. Cool. What does it say? It says oh geez, it says it's hard to sit still under Friday's buzzing cosmic landscape. So that has to mean some good shit, right?
So many of them trapped in their vehicles.
It says plow ahead with big visions for any personal passion projects. That's what I'm talking about. We got the passion for the Acari set, yo. That's right. It says follow your impulse to break out of the normal routine. That's what we're doing. We're doing hunts. We're breaking out of the normal routine, guys. And please do not think I'm crazy. I'm I've never looked at an astrological sign in my life. But we gotta look to the stars above for this Acari set because everything else ain't cutting it right now, straight up. Looking fresh today. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir or ma'am.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
Everything else is currently in the wash, so we're rocking the wrinkled H&M polo today. As one does on snowy Fridays in New England. But it's like, maybe I gotta put on a red shirt today for the Acari set. Like, maybe I'm just not vibe. Like, maybe the pink is throwing it off. We'll read into this stuff like crazy. Yeah, dude, it's snowing in mid-April. And it was super nice last week. I mean, we had like some 70-degree days. Gosh, I got an eyelash in my eye, sorry. But today it was raining all night, and I was like, all right, whatever. And then my girl goes to work this morning, and she's like, yo, there's like 3 inches of snow outside. What's the deal? I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, why? Why, oh, why? People read into this stuff like crazy, but maybe it works for me. I doubt it, bro. See, I really doubt it. Getting good times were by 2 random guys hiding way back in the start of the room every time. Yep. Story of the Boomtown life, dude. Story of the
Don't go too far.
Boomtown
We're
life.
gonna have more work for you.
Come on, I believe. This is it. This winter was absolutely fucked in terms of snow. We actually didn't get, gosh, this stupid eyelash. Maybe if I get this, maybe if I leave this eyelash in, I'll have good luck. I'm right here. We're getting an Acari piece.
Marked another.
Dude, like, like, there's no way, right? Like, what are, like, how does this happen? Like, how? I just, the chances are so infinitesimal. Like, I gotta believe there's like a PC up dev in the chat lurking who's just like, all right, let's just fuck with this kid. God damn it, stupid astrological signs. Like, how is that even? They're definitely part of the loophole. They have to be. It's just like, God. How? Do you know the definition of insanity? I do. Don't be don't be throwing that shit out there, bro. Oh no. You know what it was? I left the eyelash in. I should have tried to get the eyelash out of my eye, and I was crossing my legs. So it probably threw off the energy in the air. I don't know. But I mean that
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to
you
good
can't
use.
make that up, man. If I build my shrine to RNGesus today, hard reset the game. You know what, dude? Maybe I will. All right, for the sake of no. Okay, we'll be okay. That was I said. What did I say? I said it was gonna be in the next 2 runs, in the next 3 runs. Like, if we don't get a piece today, by the time I go off stream, there's some witchcraft going on here. Definitely some witchcraft. Like, I mean, it's not like we're running it slowly either. Like, we're running it fairly optimally, other than the times when I just stare off screen to talk to people. Like, how funny would it be if I had to kill this so much that I ended up getting a legendary world tier 1 drop? And it was the Acari chest piece. Like, that's how many times I had to farm this, was I was getting legendary drops on world tier 1. How long does 1 run take for bounties? Golf for sure. Well, snow gives you bad luck. Well, I'm fucked then. How long does 1 run take for bounties? I haven't really checked. It's somewhere between, like, it's like around a half an hour. So in that time, with a suboptimal build, you know, maybe we get in one gold tier Arcways run or two. But then it's like, then you're going and you're throwing weapons into the mix. I mean, obviously I like running challenge tiers more, but multiplayer experience won't be fun for the average player. They probably turn to co because they're struggling, right? Then the enemies get harder and they match with other people struggling. Oh yeah, for sure, Mayo. So like I was saying before, you're gonna have people that are like Omega, try hard, and toxic that want to boot Devastators, and then you're gonna have other people that just hop into the co-op looking for some help because they're stuck on CT11, and you know they might get carried all the way to CT15 and not have any idea that their average item level is like 10 below what it should be. But that's part of the fun of co-op. Mask of the Cannonball from retrying a silver Boomtown timer. Guess I should stop poking fun. Dude, you don't want to get bit by this curse. I got this curse thrown on me and, you know, cost me a couple days of farming now. Trying to help your friend and it's agonizing. What's agonizing about it? Just like the scaling? Or just like him not knowing how to play the game? Because I mean, there's definitely a bit of a learning curve. But once you play it enough, right? Like when you first start out, it's like, fuck, these marksmen are so annoying. And they don't stop ever being annoying, but at a certain point, you're like, alright, I'm just not going to let you even fucking look at me. Like, I'm going to focus down the marksman first. You know? And then when it comes to birds, you're like, oh, fuck, these birds suck. And then you just learn, never play anything with birds. But it takes time to learn that. It takes time. Both. He ran the whole game at World Tier 1, now his gear and gameplay is trash. Can you get randomly matched with someone CT11 if you're CT15, if that's so bad? I don't know. I don't think so. I would imagine it kind of tosses you into your highest tier. But you could also get, but here's the thing, right? If you have two people, sorry, if you have somebody on who's stuck on CT11, right? Hypothetically, they could join into a lobby on somebody who is in CT11, but they're actually geared to get gold on CT11, and then they clear it, so now they're at CT12, but they still are playing at a CT11 ungeared level. And now they're at CT12, they could go matchmake with someone who's actually geared for CT12. And they could gold the or not even gold the CT12, they could silver the CT12. And now you have someone who's basically a CT13 in a CT11 body. And then hypothetically, you could take that all the way up to CT15 and you could have somebody who's got all level 34 gear. You know, who's doing 7 million damage in a CT15. You know? So you could have just some janky stuff like that happen. But, you know, I don't know. It does kind of make it easy to boost friends, though, doesn't it? I mean, obviously, the scaling messes with your builds a lot. It significantly increases your time to kill, but you could take somebody who's terrible, run a CT15, clear a CT15 for them, and now they're at CT15 item level. They just skipped that whole grind. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. They wouldn't get the they would get like CT1 gear from the first clear, but then the other clears after that, everything would be level 50 for them. Oh yeah, you could have them join right at the end. I wonder if that counts as like a full clear or not. I bet it does. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like if you're in the middle of killing like a brood mother, like it has a sliver of health left and you invite your buddy.
Well, that's done. Now to bring this beauty
That could
back
work.
to Noah.
Especially if you're stomping the timer. Stomping it. Type of guy who likes caps in games like this, but from a compilation point of view, this would suck. Average item level should play a part. Like you need to ground sharp your skills, otherwise you're just not ready to deal with the waves. Yeah. Look, I mean, there's people who... You have a lot of people who are making opinions about the game but haven't been able to get to CT15 yet, too. And they're saying, oh, this is too hard, instead of, like, trying to learn, you know? And some of the game is hard. Like, learning the different enemies and, like, not getting one-shot by snipers and, like, building to prevent yourself from getting one-shot by snipers, all that stuff. But, you can't join at a boss fight, huh? Oh, interesting. So can you not join in the last, like, room? Or can you just not fight, not join when it's an actual boss? Like, even something like Chemplant, where it's like... The hardest part about like, the last room is arguably the easiest thing in the entire expedition, right? So if you can just go and clear rooms 1, 2, and 3, and then invite the new player to the final room in the final encounter, then that's no biggie. That still helps you shave off a ton of time.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
You can't because people join me at any part. Yeah, I feel like I've been joined in, like, the last room of Chemplant before. Could be when the final boss is activated. Like, maybe it's triggered by the cutscene. So anytime before the cutscene, you can invite somebody or have them join on you. Have to join before you join the infinite encounter room. Gotcha. But I'm just some... Okay, so like, is it triggered by opening that last, like, you know, most places you have to go and trigger like a button press in order to access the final encounter room. So is it triggered by that then? Or is it triggered by the boss cinematic triggering? How are you doing today, Lee? Good? Nice, nice. triggered by the wall you have to break. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I mean, that's still not that bad, though, right? I'm solid, dude. Just agonizing over legendaries I'm not getting, but I don't really have too much to complain about, so could be a lot worse.
Put my skills to good use.
But it's like I'm just trying to think of like the easiest. Let's see, arcways would be pretty easy. Right? Like if you were going to carry somebody through something, if you're going to carry somebody who is an absolute anchor and cannot help you in any way, Chem Plant is pretty safe. I feel like arcways is pretty safe, except like that other person would be dying all the time because you have to defend like... No, I guess you could just have them kind of sit in the conflux in the middle. Chem Plant would be pretty fine because the biggest time wasters are way earlier in the expedition. The final room is actually like pretty relaxing. So just having somebody join for the final room of Chem Plant, that's not bad. Somebody made me a logo today. I think it's gonna be pretty dope. Just need to actually get it. They're doing before you get in the elevator. No, they probably have to join. They could join after you get in the elevator, because before you go down, remember you have to you kill the 5 breakers, and then you have to hold down X to like touch the power battery thing, right? That's what triggers the actual access to the final room. So you would probably just have to join. You could have them join right after you kill the breakers, then trigger that final cutscene. Good luck doing it on fucking frontline. Imagine being like a level 1 hopping into the fucking Malok fight at the end of frontline. Like how funny that would be. Ugh. Too good. Stargrave would be a pretty safe one. It's literally just you know, you can sit way the hell back and just farm enemies. Arcways would be a little sketchy because you've got what? You've got two behemoth bosses and 2 brood mothers plus like 6 fucking dragonflies. That would be annoying. I feel like Chem Plant's pretty safe. Give up on boom. 650 best time. I cannot figure out how to get a faster time. What's the timer for boom now? Oh, frontline is just so obnoxious, dude. Like, they could nerf every single other timer into the ground, and I would still never touch frontline because, like, that final room is just... it's just the worst, especially if you're running a bullet build and you need to try and, like, get crits or something. Like, oh yeah, like, no problem. You get to run around, you get to get chased around a tiny arena by Moloch for 5 minutes while you struggle to stay alive. Dude, that's the biggest problem with bullet builds, is enemies just hiding. Even on chem plant, that second chem plant room, where like there's always one fucking rifleman that manages to get all the way back to like the entrance, and he just sits there. Doesn't poke his head out, he just sits, and you gotta run all the way back across the room. That was the nice thing about playing Tricksters, you could just teleport over to his ass. Dude, the rifleman's like, oh my god, it's exhausting. Like, the captains are actually not that bad because they at least run at you. The rifleman will, like, actively try and fuck your time. Like, actively. And it's not like the marksman, where the marksman will, like, try and retreat. The rifleman will be like, oh, you're trying to go that way? Like, I'm gonna go this way. Once you kill everybody in the room, come find me. I'm the final boss. And then it shaves off like a good 20 seconds. That's why it's so important when you're going for speed clears. You gotta find where they actually spawn from. And like, it's so much more important just to make sure that you're actually like right there, so you can kill them all before they actually get a chance to run away. So that single-handedly will save your time. Like in Boomtown, the first room that you have to like unlock or whatever, I think like a ton of enemies spawn like on the right side in like a room that you can like run into just to save yourself some time. But it's still a tight timer. It was a tight timer before they nerfed it. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Fight me. It's like, dude, like they don't even go and like poke their head out to like shoot at you. It's like you're aiming down the sights and they just will hide there for like legit 10 minutes. Like, so irritating. New episode of Invincible was out today. That shit's amazing. Friendly time for your daily reminder that Invincible on Amazon Prime is legit as fuck.
Might as well put my skills to good use.
Amazon knows how to make their superhero shows, man. They really do. was there? Oh, I already did that one. Battlefield 6 not coming to PS4 or Xbox One? Oh, okay, okay. I was so confused. For some reason, I thought they meant like they're not coming to consoles at all. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Someone said Game Pass is going to Nintendo? Really? Someone said that Game Pass was coming to Nintendo Switch, but I can't see. I feel like that would be all over the news, but rather Frontline than Paxi and Homestead. Oh my god, dude. Can we just like do fucking neither, please? Dude, Paxian, like the final, those stupid blood things, whatever they're called, I can never remember their names because they're just the worst. That stupid thing that shoots devastator spikes at you. It shoots like weird blood things. It has 0 crit spots. It has like a 90-yard dash that tracks. And then I think it has two birds too. There's 2 birds on that map that chase you around. Like, who designed that? You compare that to Chem Plant, where you have a single brood mother and about 30 little mini one-shot guys. Like, who thought that anybody would pick Paxi and Homestead over fucking anything else? It's the worst. I golded Paxian just so that I would never have to go there again. Same thing with Frontline. I was like, all right, please, for the love of God, let's get gold on this so we don't ever have to touch it again. What the heck? Stand still. Thank you. Blood Merchant. That's what it is. Oh, man. The worst, dude. Am I wrong? The expedition has same chains for 11 drums, gets different timers for gold. I mean, the layout, honestly, it's really the map design, right? Like, some of them are just bigger maps. They require more time. You know? Like, you couldn't go and toss a... you know, protect the whatever the hell it is, like a conflux thing to protect the obelisk to like Boomtown, right? Without adding like 3 minutes. But it's like, I do feel like the ones that you pay for should have higher drop rates. Like, that just makes sense to me. But I don't think they are. I don't think they do. Blighted Turret and Scrapnel. Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, like, for the case of Arcway, it's a longer runtime map, but the timer is a lot more forgiving, so it's easier. You know what I mean? Otherwise, everybody would be running Boomtown in 3 minutes. But Boomtown is, you know, is not as forgiving. But it's like, oh, you want me to run Paxian Homestead, bro? Can you remove the Blood Merchant? Please? Or I don't know, give people something other than just like one singular fucking wishing well in the final zone to like take cover from 3 birds chasing you and a guy who has tracking on all abilities and his abilities, like the indicators are just not accurate in the slightest. Like, you basically just here's the deal with this game. Like, dodging is like basically worthless. It's like literally, if you're trying to escape from an ability, you just need to haul ass sideways. You just need to sprint, because dodging is going to get you murked in like 90% of situations. Which is the opposite of how it should work. But that's just what it is.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
I'm telling you guys. What did I say? Did I say next 2 or next 3 was going to be an Acari piece? I think I said next 3. So it's either going to be this one or the next one. We've already tried the astrology strategy. I'll make a clickbait video on it later that people should not try and use astrology in order to influence RNG drop rates in a video game, in case anybody needed that kind of video. But we gotta try something else. This time, I won't have an eyelash in my eye and I won't cross my legs, and maybe that will trigger RNG this. I mean, because other than that, I mean, we're looking at last resorts potentially. You know, we're gonna start having to sacrifice people in the chat. How would you like that for a news headline, Outriders? Outriders aren't... Cannonball set RNG is so bad. Users are resorting to blood sacrifices. Just when you thought EA was bad, man, with their microtransactions. Wait until you gotta literally, you know, give a pint of blood to get an Acari piece, dude. I squint when the drops are coming in. Okay. I feel like I've squinted every time. Take Frontline versus Stargrave or Chemplant. Obviously, it's much more of a commitment to pick Frontline. Why not incentivize people more with slightly better loot? You could do that.
Bring me anything that looks like it might have had electricity flowing through it at some point.
It might be a dope system if they made it so, like, obviously you're already paying for Coliseum and what is it, Scorched Lands and Drought Palace. It could be like a dope system if you could pay like pod resources as like a gamble almost. Excuse me. As like a gamble basically, and like it artificially increases the difficulty of the run. So like if you're on CT 15, it might bump it up to like CT 16, even though that doesn't exist. And then if you're able to complete it in time, then you get you can get better rewards. Or you could just have it so the ones that you pay for actually give you better rewards, but then it kind of makes it so all the other ones are not worth running. You know? And then what do they do if from a balance perspective? How do they go about buffing and nerfing? You know, like if they go and they say, hey, frontline, nobody's running frontline, so we're gonna increase the the incentive to run it, and then people still don't run it. Like, how do you balance frontline now? You're gonna remove the loot, and then you know what I'm saying? But they could totally make a betting system. Not really like a betting system, but basically, hey, like, you play, I don't know. You give 40,000 drop pod resources to run Chem Plant, but it's a harder version of Chem Plant. It's like fucking Chem Plant with like double captains or something like that. I don't know. And then if you win, the loot isn't going, like, you're not going to get level 51 loot, but you're going to have a higher legendary drop chance. And that way it would incentivize people to optimize their builds more. And then, hey, if you even wanted to, you could make it so that it's not even you could go and like make it so it's not even like a time thing. You could make it like, oh, it's so hard that like you just have to complete it. Well, you could complete it, but there's no gold or something. You know, it's like there's only like, okay, you're given this time allotment to do it. Go do it. And if you can do it in that time allotment, there's no gold or silver or bronze or anything. It's just a completion. And that might even help out people with like tank builds. You know. And it's like the content is significantly harder, but I don't know. Why does the occasional expedition cost resources? So, if I recall correctly, there was like a developer once said that the ones you pay for are supposed to give you better loot, or like higher quantity of loot, but to the most of anyone's knowledge, it doesn't. It's just, you just pay for it. But like the ones like Coliseum's like wicked fucking fun. And it's pretty quick. So even if you're paying for it, you end up making your money back like tenfold, because that's just how the game works. But it is weird. Like what, Scorched Lands or Drought Palace, one of them is like 40,000. Which if you're like leveling up, you're like, why the fuck would I do that? That's like a new gear piece. That's literally could buy you a legendary for that. Why would I spend it? Yeah, when I was running it, it felt the same. And I mean, it's not like anything's different on the expedition screen. Like, it might be interesting if the expedition screen said, hey, this one is, instead of 4x, the, legendary drops, it's 5. You know? Alright, guys.
Don't go too far.
CT15 Scorched Lands and it reward 2 legendaries, 4 blues, and 22. Yeah, sounds about right. Alright, so I'm supposed to squint. Alright, my legs aren't crossed. appropriate posture.
My friend, I do believe.
I'm squinting. So let's hope for an Acari set.
Give me a hun. I need to let off some.
Have marked enough.
That sign not knowing where I'm going.
Got fucking Cannonball boots, man. Fucking Cannonball boots. Andrew got gloves with car on his first run. Great for you, pal. Really happy for you. What if the hunt loot table is based on world tier? I mean, to the best of our knowledge, there's no equipment that's, you know, locked out of a particular, you know, world tier or challenge tier. But that would be most unfortunate. It's just like so funny though. Like, I can't give up. I said in the next 3 runs. So this run is definitely going to be the one that gives us Acari something, man.
Could be erupting, could be some demon belching up its lunch.
But the Acari gloves, those have like max health on them, right? I want the legs, and I want the chest. Legs and chest. And if you think about it, from an outside point looking in, not actually in this scenario, if you're actually able to get these, building an optimal Pyromancer is super easy. Because you have to build around these 3 legendary items. Have to. So it cuts down on the amount of epics that you really need. You need 2 decently rolled epics with certain mods. But man, that is it's powerful. Okay, so it's 4 o'clock right now, my time. And we're starting off on the next hunt. I'm gonna try my best not to stop in between and just race through and see how fast we can actually do this. Anyone ever seen legendary armor drop outside of expeditions? I feel like maybe when I was doing a legendary side quest, I got Cannonball legs one time. So that's fun, I guess. I'm telling you, man, if I didn't have to go in, like, it wouldn't be as bad if I didn't have to go back to the friggin' camp and then talk to a lady and then switch maps and then fast travel again. Like, let me go. Yeah, it definitely takes a while to see legendaries, but we have had, what was it? Yesterday, while I was farming this on World Tier 1, I did have a legendary drop. I feel like it was a Cannonball piece, though. As hilarious as that is. And I'm shouted from the Outriders Legacy quest. Dude, I don't even know if I've done the Outriders Legacy quest.
Count me in.
I legitimately have no idea. You gotta remember, I spent my formative years in CT15 not touching story in any way. So, is Outriders Legacy a side quest?
Well, that's done. Now to bring this.
Side quest with a few location swappings? Yeah, I probably haven't done it then. Just give you one legendary? Was that the one that people were exploiting and get like 10 legendaries? Is it just weapons or does it drop armor too? Just weapons. Gotcha.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
What's poppin', everybody in the chat? How's everybody else doing today? Nice, beautiful Friday. Slushy, wet snow falling outside in the middle of friggin' April. Three days of legendary farming. 3 days. 3 days of legendary farming without a sight. Like, I know Acari's shit drops. I know it does. Because I got a helmet. But the helmet doesn't really count because you can buy it from the shop and I already had it. We really need 2 other pieces. If anybody's just tuning in, I'm farming hunts because I need a I'm literally just trying to get 2 pieces of Acari. I'm trying to get the chest piece and the legs to really just kick this Pyro set into overdrive. And we've been farming for 3 days straight on hunts instead of CT15 because science. And so far, we have gotten nothing. And even though I've gotten a bunch of random other legendaries that are useless, we're basically just keeping a tracker on the amount of Cannonball gear that we get in comparison to the amount of Acari stuff we get, because everybody hates Cannonball gear. It's the edge transit of Outriders, and I am cursed to always get it. Had a random enemy, now he just joins every expedition. Hey, if he's decent, that's how friends are made. 60 degrees and sunny.
Well, this should be interesting.
Congratulations, my friend. It was a nice 60 a couple days ago, and then today it just decided, hey, you guys haven't shoveled your driveway in a while. Why don't you go and do that? Great. Do you feel they should have found one of the needed pieces by now? Not necessarily. I've played enough looter shooters to know RNG is RNG. I know people hate it, hate that saying, but it's just the truth. It's like there's no mystical thing controlling this. It's straight up just a numbers game, and I am extraordinarily unlucky. And that's really what I find to be the most interesting thing is, like, look, I have majority of the legendary weapons in this game. I have majority of the legendary, like, neutral legendary armors and stuff, like Cannonball and some of the helmets. It's just the class armor sets that I'm missing from the other classes other than the Technomancer. And so that's why we're doing hunts, because you can specifically focus on just getting legendary armor pieces. Even though it might not be as efficient as, or as fun as clearing C215s, it lets me narrow down the chances of me getting something that is not going to be useful to me. Or so we thought, except my luck has been so extraordinarily bad that I've literally gotten duplicates of the same gear over and over again, every single time. Like nothing new. And that is what is blowing my mind, honestly. Like RNG is 100% RNG. Just unlucky. But it's the fact that, like, literally the only pyro piece that I have, the only tier 3 is Etna. And so I just need literally any of the other pyro pieces to drop, but I haven't gotten them to drop. It's literally been the same pieces over and over. Aside from the bullshit Cannonball drops, I've literally gotten like 4 boots. I've gotten like 3 different gloves that all are the same thing. The one Acari piece I did get to drop off stream was a helmet that you can buy from the legendary shop and that I already have. So it's just like the sheer, like the numerical chances, it's just hilariously unlucky. Kind of makes you wish they did dedicated loot drops. Kind of, but kind of not. Not real. Like, I like the idea of basically having a shooter Diablo. Like, in a perfect world, if a looter shooter game was smart, that is what they would go for. That would get the most playtime from their people. Like, let legendaries and epics fall from the sky and make the real grind be about getting those legendary and epics with, like, perfect rolls on them. And people will eat that shit up. Because at least you feel like you're getting something. right? You're like, oh man, I got a bunch of legendaries today, and like maybe one of them was a god roll, but it's better than getting none and then having whatever one you get like not be the one that you actually want. And this game does it pretty well, so I don't really have any complaints in that regard. You know, whereas a Borderlands system where it's, you know, you have certain places that do have dedicated drops, it's I don't know, if you hate a particular thing, then it kind of bums you out. You're like, oh fuck, I really don't want to farm this dude. And then it also leads to some people just never running certain content. You know? But it's like, it goes both ways. I'm down for whatever. I'm down for a silly goose time. Right now, I'm gonna try and do this clear as quickly as I possibly can. I do have to stop and just periodically delete everything from my inventory because the amount of like shit that gets filled up, like I don't really want to fill up my stash and then actually get a legendary drop and then have that be automatically dismantled, because that would make me smash something. But I do want to know how long this is actually going to take. I want to see a system in place for drop pod resource exchange to give you extra time for gold. That will stop people from complaining, right? I don't know, because drop pod resources are so easy to get. Whoops. Like, I really feel like, what if they added a system where you could go and you could, for 100,000 drop pod resources, right? So, like, if you're low level, you still have to grind. Like, if you're at CT 12 or something, you still have to go and grind to accumulate those resources. But you could go and, on any map that you want, you could drop 100,000 drop pod resources or more or whatever. And then maybe what it does is it moves the loot. Like, instead of the silver reward being the silver reward is now the bronze reward. Or no, the bronze reward is now the silver is now the gold reward, and then gold is like some other reward where you just get like double loot. And that way, even if you get silver and you're not able to progress to the next tier, you could still get rewards as if you had gotten gold. And then if you were already adequately farming gold, you could go and spend moolah or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That way, it's like you still have to grind, and like you're still gonna have to beat that timer, but you could go and, you know, you could try and get some better drops that will help you beat the timer if you're stuck. And then people who are already beating the timer are rewarded more for, you know, actually making the timer. And then maybe if it's on like CT 15 or something, to prevent people from just giving automatic double loot to themselves all the time, they could make it so like, okay, like if you're gonna go and you're gonna do it on gold CT 15, then like, and you want double the loot drops, then we're gonna cut the timer by like a minute or something like that. I don't know, something to that effect. That way it benefits the people who are still climbing up. It makes it so the timer still matters, but you can get rewards that don't require you to hit that timer every single time. But if you want to progress and you want to get a higher item level of stuff, then you're still going to go and have to hit that timer. Is CT-15 the only expedition that drops Legos, or do all of them? No, it's not the only one, but it just has the highest drop rate. So it's like what? CT-15 gold is 25% for a legendary, 75% for an epic for 4 drops. And then everything, all the other extra stuff is just drops from the actual mission. And then like CT-14 is basically like that cut in half. So I think it's like a 12%, 12.5% drop for a legendary or something like that. But I mean, you can get a legendary drop all the way in friggin' CT1. It's just not as likely. Whereas like when you go up into the higher challenge tiers, the drop rates are heavily increased to, you know, make you want to actually climb. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a fair system. And then later on they could expand on it. They could make it so, okay, if you want to spend a bunch of drop pod resources, then like, you know, you'll bump the difficulty up like 2 times 2. Then you can get even more, and then it'll be like as if you're running like a CT-17, you know? You could even do something for like really hardcore players where if they were super confident they were going to get a gold tier, it's like there's a difficulty where it's harder, and the only like medal that you could get that would actually give you rewards is gold. You know? So it's like high risk, high reward type shit. Rather than just removing timers altogether. You don't get any resources for completion if you spent the 100k though. Well, maybe if you spend the 100k, but you get, if you spent the 100k and you get gold tier or something, then you still get the normal resources. You know? Because, like, if you're at CT-15 and you're doing it for a different reason than if you're somebody at, you know, CT-11, right? Like, if you're doing it at CT-11, it's because you want to get more loot so you can progress. Whereas if you're doing it maybe at CT-15 to farm, I mean, I guess you could still be doing it to get loot to progress, but a lot of people would be doing it just to, you know, push themselves, get a better time, and then be rewarded for it.
Might as well put my skills.
And it's like if you're at CT6 or something, if you do that, it's going to cost you a lot of resources, and you don't get as many resources for completing stuff. So it'll still take you time to build it back up, whereas at CT15, it's like if you clear it, you know. I don't know, just give people something else to do, something else to strive for and modify without removing expedition timers. But I mean, respawns in expeditions with a time penalty wouldn't be the worst. But it should be like if you die, you shouldn't get gold. You know? Maybe that's a little harsh, but I feel like plenty of people are doing CT-15 as it is without dying. And it's difficult, but it's fun. So, like, there's not really any reason to remove timers or add respawns and stuff like that. Honestly, it might be detrimental to your loot. Because as it is, if you push into like a CT-15 and you fail, at least you're getting you can still get legendaries, you can still get loot drops. If you go and retry instead and you don't get those, you don't get that consolation chest, you're on the same thing. So you could try something for 45 minutes and then still get booted out and have to abandon it, but you only get 1 set of rewards instead of 3. I don't know. Yeah, and it's like those excuse me. Goodness. Those drop pod resources too. It's like when you're leveling up, you can buy a lot of upgrades with those too, you know? So it's would definitely be a gamble. Oh yeah. You literally cap out on drop pod resources at like you run like 4 expeditions.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
Well, I mean, it is CT15s. Like, what are you gonna do with the stuff? Basically, just buy gear. You know, it's supposed to be endgame, and that's like the height of endgame right now. So it's like, it's fine that that's how much you get from CT15s. It'd be crazy if it was like you got that from CT1s. You know? But that's why it would be kind of nice if, you know, let me drop 500,000 drop pod resources and reroll one of the stats on a piece of gear. Just one. If you're not going to make legendaries randomized. Or you get too much pushback from people about randomizing legendaries. But moral of the story is I just feel like there's so many different ways that they can go about, you know, modifying expeditions to make them, you know, make them better without removing timers. Or just make a new mode that requires more survival. I don't know. Love a new mode where the drop pod is on the back of the truck and you protect it back to camp. Just like a horde mode, basically. But truck defense.
Bring me anything that looks like it might have had electricity flow.
Alright. Almost done with this hunt run. This was the one. This is the Acari piece, guys. I don't know what kind of mystical witch doctor voodoo shit I have to do in order to not get a Cannonball piece or get a duplicate. But I will do it. Like, whatever religion August was, like, I'll convert to it. Like, I don't care. Like, just give me something different. Give me something different. Don't give me one of those fucking generic headpieces. Don't give me fucking Cannonball stuff. Don't give me boots or arms of the lava lich. Like, I'm begging you, please. Don't do it to me. All right. So we ran this circuit pretty quickly. Had to stop twice to get rid of gear. But that basically took us a half an hour, essentially. So if you go and you count up the amount of cannonballs that we have, and you think of every single one of those as 30 minutes of my time, that's how much time a person has wasted playing this game. You might copy what Godfall didn't add primal legendary weapons that roll with better stats. Godfall is... Dude, I never played Godfall. I almost bought a PS5 just to play Godfall, though. Because it looked like my kind of game. Alright, guys. Like, what do I do this time? I don't know. Like, I don't know what kind of... I'm running out of witchcraft to do. Maybe I just don't look at it this time.
Give me a hug.
I'm not gonna look.
I do believe we are gonna get along just fine, you and me.
Alright. I didn't see it. I have no idea what it is. It's not Cannonball chest. So that's a plus. It's not a generic helmet. Now, is it Cannonball legs? Because I'll cry. Oh? God damn it. At least it's new. But god damn you, huh? Like, who wants that?
Thanks again.
Who wants that? But at least it's new. I'll take that. It's not Acari, but at least it's... Wait, what? And
Come back when you're looking for
was this from before? Oh, this has to be from before. At least it was new, guys. Maybe I just need to not look at stuff. God.
Keep in touch, Hunter. I got a feeling this is gonna be in demand.
Still not Acari, but at least it's new. At the very least, it's new. I don't have to lose my mind.
Yeah, what?
There's hope. We have gotten a new piece with a new tier 3 that I didn't have. Hope has at least been moderately restored to the Republic. God, it was looking real bleak there, I'm not gonna lie. Still not the most exciting drop in the world. It's a fucking feed the flames drop. But at the very least, it's a new tier 3. So the Lord hasn't totally forsaken us yet.
Holy shit. Did you see the volcano? I thought it was gonna erupt.
Anything is better than another cannonball, dude. I would rather have a cannonball come through the wall right now and beam me in the chest than have a piece of cannonball loot drop again. This grind really motivates me to do anything but hunts. I don't blame you, dude.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
But we gotta do it for science, man. Gotta do it for science. Like, the Devastator sets are dope, but would I do this for the dev sets? No. Trickster sets are like, eh. Would I do it for the Trickster sets? No. But I want this fucking Acari set. Because I believe in it. It's the only legendary set that I actually have any remote faith in. But I'm not dismantling any legendaries we get. Like, we're gonna go until... Well, I mean, I'll obviously take a break at some point. But I'm saying, like, we're gonna keep farming this until I fucking get this goddamn Acari thing. It's gonna happen. Or until I just get, like... I don't know. I'm pretty stubborn. So... we'll see what happens. If the viewership starts to really decline because of World Tier 1 hunt farming for Acari pieces that don't exist, then, you know, then we'll see. But we gotta do it for science, you know? Because it's like, my advice to everybody thus far was, hey, if you want freaking legendaries, get your ass to CT15 and farm them. Which I kind of feel like, just based off of the 3 days of farming I've done for this, probably is sound advice. But if you're gun shy and you don't want to hop into expeditions, and you're willing to put yourself through the pain and misery of this, then maybe it's an alternative method. Or if you just don't have all the other legendaries. But I still feel like CT15 probably should be the go-to. Oh no. Dude, I need Fortress, dude. I'm gonna need Fortress to make this build complete. I'm gonna need that stupid fucking whatever it is, Death Dealer shotgun. I'm gonna need it. But am I willing to go and do bounties for it? Don't know about that, sir. Don't know about that. Like, I wonder, like, do you think the developers are aware of the meme that
Well, this should be interesting.
is Cannonball set pieces?
Might as well put my skills.
Like, they have to be at some point, right? Regardless, in 2 months when I actually complete this Acari set and we are able to move on to CT15s again, and this Cannonball count goes across the whole screen, then they'll know. Give me a day when Channa opens the truck door and just gets fucking buried by Cannonball chest pieces. Damn straight, dude. But it's like, we'll have to see. Like, if I actually get this Acari set all set up. Not if, but when. Obviously, Fortress helps out anomaly builds massively. But the question is, am I going to still be able to do the shit I want to do in CT15 with just the base Acari build that I'm thinking of? Or am I going to actually need Fortress to make that happen? If I actually need Fortress to make that happen, then I don't know. But I really think that this thing is going to be able to farm, like, hella fast. But the thing is like, with a weapon, you can farm that on any character, right? But with the fucking set pieces, you gotta do it on that character. So, if I really want to break up the monotony, I could go and farm a weapon on Techno, I could farm it on Trickster, I could farm it on Melee Devastator. Why is my auto loot picking up green shit? Like, what is that? My auto loot is 100,000,000% set to rare. What? How is this possible? It's not a, is it not a character to character thing? It can't be. Like, maybe it's helpful for finding god rolls, I guess. But right now, when I'm trying to save time, it's the most annoying thing is picking up all these fucking greens. From my experience, all purples and fortress is better than lead set and no fortress. Yeah, sorry, what's the fortress bonus again? Is it 45% of your armor? Is that it? Your damage is increased by 45% of your armor? Like, what's the exact mod description? Hmm, 43% damage increase based on armor values. Yeah. That's a pretty fucking massive damage buff for Anomaly. But if I'm able to just clear, like, if I'm still not able to clear CT15 golds like the way I want to with this build, once I actually have everything else minus the weapon, then I can just go and do it on fucking Techno or something if I really wanted to. Dude, I haven't played my Techno in so long. We literally... Let's see. Obviously, first week, absolutely no-lifed. CT15's got a shitload of legendaries. Then boosted up Pyromancer, World Tier 1 all the way to CT15. And the next day did Trickster, World Tier 1 all the way to CT15. And the next, like, 3 days did Devastator, World Tier 1, Melee only all the way to CT15. And then, like, somewhere in between there, the patch drop that nerfed bullet builds. And we hopped on Techno for, like, literally one run. And outside of that, I have not touched my Techno. Aside from using him as, like, a mule for transferring weapons. Oh, phone call. I don't know that number, so they're not getting an answer. Still just casually picking up greens. No big deal, no big deal. But that last run took us basically like exactly on the dot half an hour to get that legendary piece. But at least it's a fucking new legendary piece. Like, God. It's like, I know luck can be bad, and I know RNG can be a fickle mistress. But goddamn. Not that fickle. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna mute my mic while I check this voicemail. Fucking robocallers, man. All right. Sorry about that.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
We pop all the bad guys. Shoot this dude in the face. Shoot that guy in the face. We heat wave these boys. We heat wave these boys. There's one jerk over there. Sprouting up like daisies. We drop a meteor on that dude. Or a comet, whatever. I feel like it's a meteor though, isn't it? Comets like burn up in the atmosphere. I feel like they need to revise that mod description, huh? Sorry for my dog freaking out for no reason at all, but that is typical.
Well, that's done. Now to bring this beauty back to Noah.
Let's go back here. Oh my god, my dog is being such a baby. Such a baby right now. What's your deal, bro? Had someone join mid-expo and the timer just stopped. Farming hunted quest for the Acari. Yes, I am, broski. Normally we'd be doing CT15s, but the past few days we are just testing out hunt farms, and not gonna lie, it has not been going well. Yeah, Mayo, probably what happened was they were being a sneaky snagglepuss and changed their system clock to get rid of expedition timers, and then maybe they joined you and it stopped your timer. I'm just assuming that's what they did, judging by what that dude was saying earlier. You know? I think it was Andrew who brought it up that people were doing that. So I would just assume that if it does that for them, then they can go and just hop into another lobby and maybe it counts. I don't know. I feel like they can tell which person is actually initiating it, you know? Build that I'm rocking right now is good for tier climbing. I don't know. I don't think this one in particular is. It depends on what kind, if you have any sets or not. Right now I'm farming specifically so that I can, you know, just super speedrun gold tiers. For climbing, like volcanic rounds is still really solid. Eruption builds are decently solid. I would definitely suggest like running like the heat wave ×3, like the double heat wave mods, and then the heat wave increases damage dealt by 25%. So that'll make it a lot easier to kill captains and stuff. Middle tree seems to be like the go-to right now. It's pretty safe. You can go like, you can fast, or you can rewind to, actually no, not rewind. If you check the VOD from yesterday, where I was doing this with Feed the Flames, Phaser, and Feed the Flames, Phaser, and what the hell else? Oh, and Heatwave. That one was probably pretty solid to climb if you don't like doing the volcanic rounds build. It's pretty safe. You use Feed the Flames to proc a anomaly power buff, and then you heat wave the enemy twice for the 50% damage bonus, and then you can phaser blast them. Everything has a pretty low cooldown.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mayo. I don't think your account's gonna get flagged for that. Yeah, I don't have Acari either, but basically if you go like feed the flames, heat wave, and then you run like the, you know, ride the wave where its skill can be activated one more time. And then also if you can get twice as hot, this tier 2 mod, it does a ton of damage. And so if you go middle tree and you take most of the damage talents and the skill leech stuff and some of the cooldown stuff, when you get all the way to the end, your feed the flames, which is up here, you can proc that for a 45% anomaly power increase, and then your ignite, which is heat wave and phaser blast, are all going to proc this bonus, and you're going to be super tanky because of some of the traits in this tree. You can see it in the VOD from yesterday, most likely. I should have probably just made a build video for it, but it's a very safe way of going up. And all your cooldowns are going to be super low. But twice as hot is really good. It's a really, really good mod for Pyro. Because everything you do burns, and the damage you get from that whenever you do a skill is like crazy. But obviously if you want to do, you know, a weapon build, then go top tree and pick up those weapon damage talents. I was rocking Eruption for a while, but if you don't have a full set, then having that feed the flames give you a you know, 45% anomaly power increase is really nice, and it makes you super tanky. My girl made cookies the other day. She's so good at cooking, but she messed up, and like she didn't really mess up. The mixer was like underneath one of our cabinets, and this bottle of vanilla, where she's only supposed to use a little bit, was like in the cabinet, and somehow it just like fell straight in the mixer, broke, and like she ended up putting like a whole bottle of vanilla into these cookies. But these cookies actually taste like super fucking good.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
These bots, man. It's my fault though. I gotta set up the moderation type shit, you know? If I become famous, do you think they'll stop? What are you gonna do if you get all the Acari set and get it as your compensation package? Oh my god, dude. Make doubles, I guess? I don't know. I'd be pissed. With my luck, though, I'd probably get all Cannonball, though. Real talk.
Might as well put my skills to good use.
You know? Seems more likely, anyway. Yeah, dude, I'd share some cookies, but physically impossible, number one. Number two, there's literally 2 left because I've been, like, eating them breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 3 days. So stuck right now? What are you stuck on, Andrew? Didn't even pick up the drops. Everything that drops is going to be, what do you call it? Like World Tier 1. But for God rolls, like, I just press, like, to auto loot, I just press down on the D-pad and it automatically will auto loot for you. You don't have to go and walk over to it or anything, you know? And then if you leave the area, your auto loot will automatically pick everything up for you as well. And then I end up just dismantling it because 99% of it is just level 26 garbage. Is there anything specifically that you're stuck with, Andrew?
This should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
Time and a half tomorrow. It's a solid deal, bro. God, the AoE capability is so good. Oh, you're playing Borderlands earlier. Hey, thank you, PJ. Appreciate it, dude. I'm just doing it to, you know, trying to help some people out. Let me know if you have any questions, bro. Appreciate the compliment. Real talk. But yeah, pressing down on the D-pad, man. I mean, it's not really needed, but now it's just a habit of mine. Bullet bits, do you focus on bonus firepower or is it different per class? If it's a bullet build, it's going firepower. 99.99999% of the time. Unless somebody's put in the work and made a anomaly powered trickster bullet build, which is probably possible, honestly, but in 99% of the situations, you want firepower. Firepower on firepower on firepower. Then when in doubt, more firepower. If you get stuck, firepower. You're gonna have to use the Feed the Flames build. Feed the Flames is that middle tree build is pretty solid. It's just it's a safe build and gives you a sizable anomaly power boost. And then you need that, you know, at least double heat wave with the heat wave damage amplification. Phaser is just kind of a nice filler that's short on cooldown and gives you solid ignite procs, you know. But that twice as hot, dude, twice as hot as a mod for Pyro is like insanity. So much damage. So much. It's like night and day. I mean, you can even see it here when I use Heat Wave. Like if I use Heat Wave and then I cast another heat wave, it just takes a massive chunk out when I go and do it. And it's all because of fucking twice as hot. So good. Feed the Flames is definitely solid, though. All right. Here we go. Quest for the Acari. Let's go. Dude, last time I didn't look and we got a piece, so like maybe...
By the grace of your murderous arts, another beauty adorns my wall. Thanks again.
Please. Please, please, please. Okay. We've passed check number 1. It is not a garbage helmet that we don't need. Check number 2. It's not a Cannonball chest piece. It's not legs either, which tells me it's not what I want, right? I'm kind of feeling like it's either going to be Charms of the Lava Lich or it's going to be Cannonball boots. Oh, something new. Gauntlets of the Acari. At least it's an Acari piece, dude. At least it's an Acari piece. Is it the one we want? No. Not at all. It's actually straight trash for us. 100% toss right in the garbage, but we have one on the board. We got one on the board.
Keep in touch, Hunter.
One on the fucking board. 3 days, people. 3 days and we get a max health piece with weapon damage. Let's go! Oh, shit. God damn it. But if you're running a weapon damage volcanic rounds build, strength from fire, that's pretty legit.
Nah, you're too busy decapitating.
But we prove that it can drop. Right. It's proof of concept. But also, this is what I'm saying. This could potentially be super ideal for a weapon Acari build, right? Except for the fucking fact that it's max health. Like, randomize the goddamn legendaries, please. But we got it. We got one. So far, 2 for 2 when not looking at the screen whatsoever. So I believe. I don't know if I should dismantle it right now or if I should just keep it. but I won't. I'll keep it just in case we happen to get another piece, and maybe I feel like being a lunatic and sacrificing like 9 billion anomaly power for a fucking max health piece. Highly unlikely situation, but a situation nonetheless. If none of us look next time, he could give you enough power collectively. Yeah. Sure. That's how it works. Exactly, Michael. Take what you can fucking get, bro. We've proven that they do exist. 3 days of bad luck stored up, ready to be unleashed. God. Still not liking those odds, though, huh? Basically a legendary every half an hour.
Well, this should be interesting.
Definitely, I feel like that's definitely suboptimal in comparison. Suboptimal and not as fun in comparison to CT15, but the question is, how many random other useless legendaries would I have gotten in the same amount of time? I don't know. Odds suggest Destiny 3 will be out. Oh, yeah. We'll get through the next 2 Destiny expansions by the time I get the Acari pieces I wanted. Absolutely straight, dude. Whoops. But we got one. That renews my life force. It's like the world's shittiest spirit bomb. People of the earth, share your max health rolls with me. Except please fucking don't.
Shudder to think what we did in our past life.
Probably got like one more run before the wife gets home. One more full cycle before the wife gets home. Maybe less. I don't know. We'll see how far we get. I got the gloves, Andrew. Max health, weapon damage gloves. So, not the most fantastic choice in the world. But if we went volcanic rounds, that actually wouldn't be the worst. It's basically what that one tier 3 mod does is gives you the Acari set bonus, but for weapon damage, right? Like using Heat Wave gives 8-second for, oh, wow, like terrible skill description, but basically 10% weapon damage bonus for every person that gets hit by Heat Wave for 8 seconds, which is basically the Acari set bonus, but for weapon damage. So if we were running Volcanic Rounds build, we'd be over the fucking moon right now.
Well, this should be.
But that's not what we're trying to do.
Put my skills to good use.
And I mean, still, if you are running a Volcanic Rounds build and you want to use the Acari set for whatever crazy reason, you're looking at max health rolls. So good luck with that. but my girl is working this weekend, so I'm gonna be able to go and just fucking no life this tomorrow too. Same shirt and bosses don't have a chance to drop what you want to increase playing parts of the story. That would be kind of cool, I guess. But they do, you know, they want people, they want the end game to be best gear, you go to expeditions. You know? I think the fact that you do all of these hunts and everything kind of appeases people that want to run story mode. But it's, I don't know. Is it optimal if you're brand new? If you're trying to get a large amount of legendaries at once, you're heading to CT15 and trying to run an optimized build.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
Still have endgame resource to level them up. Yeah, true that, true that. But I mean, it is RNG is RNG is RNG. Really what it comes down to. Just feels worse because I'm running content that is not that fun. But for those optimized builds, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's the name of the game. You're in a looter shooter, you gotta grind your tuchus off. Now, if I did this and got inventory wiped all of a sudden, then I might have... then I might want, you know... Then I'd feel some type of way. I'm sure.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
I don't know if it's worth it if you're doing it all on World Tier 15. Maybe if you're doing like the very last hunt on World Tier 15, it'd be worth. But I mean, you kind of like running story, right? So maybe you'd prefer it. Got any good Legos? I mean, we just got our first Acari piece. It's not what we wanted, but it was an Acari piece, so I can't complain. We have proof that they exist. Yeah, I hear you, broski. I'm literally just doing all of this so that I can spend the rest of my existence in C215.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
My god, the range of overheat is like ridiculous. I love it. And the Ash Blast mod makes it so Ash Blast is also ridiculous. Yeah, I just don't really care for the story zones too much. It's nice to split it up from the CTs I was running, but my brain is melting from them now.
Well, this should be interesting. Might as well put my skills to good use.
I don't know, man. I feel like we're gonna be on a streak now. Like, that's 2 in a row where we've gotten like some solid shit. Not useful, but new shit.
I'm glad to have Dr. Zahidi back safe with us. He really is a good man. I have
Oh, straight up, dude. I think they have a solid endgame, dude. I do. I know a lot of people don't like the well, I think a vocal minority don't like the time-based expeditions, but
Well, this should be interesting.
it absolutely dumpsters everything that other looter shooters came out with on their releases. It's really hard to make the Destiny comparison because Destiny's had 10 years to get their shit correct. Just can't win by 10 seconds. Damn, dude. Don't you hate it when you go and you complete those ones and then you're like, that 10 seconds, motherfucker. Like, especially at the start of the run, you're like, God damn it, I just know that that one little chase is going to cost me the whole friggin' run. Sometimes I'll just straight up restart. I did think about it. Yeah.
Might as well
It
put my
sucks.
skills to good use.
Hide and seek rivalmen are more difficult than brood mothers. They're right up there with birds, bro. I'm so far you might even find him on Arcways. Imagine. Yeah, it's especially torturous when you're running a bullet build. Because you have no way of getting them out from cover. You literally just have to, like, fucking pray that they show you mercy. You know? It's so irritating. Give me 1 second, you guys. 1 second, I just forgot to do one thing. Legit 1 sec, I just have to put garbage bag in the garbage real quick. Totally forgot. Okay, sorry about that. Do this. Cool. All right. We're almost there.
Well, this should be interesting. Count me in.
I wish I could just like teleport straight to the hunts. The devs decided to randomize Legos. Would you want that to be stats only or mods? I don't know. I don't know. Like, maybe to keep things from being like super broken, you could have it so the tier 3 mod, or you could have it so the tier 3 mod is static, right? That never changes, but like the other mod on the piece could be randomized. I don't know. I definitely want the stats to be randomized. The mods, it's tricky. What do you think? Like, maybe randomize the mods, but then you could end up with like some weird fucking tier 3s, or you could end up with some absolute broken tier 3s. But then maybe that's what you want. I don't know. You think the mods should be randomized too? Because I feel like, especially maybe the first set,
Might as well put my skills to good use.
everything's static. Maybe the second are duplicates. Maybe the duplicates couldn't. You know, maybe the duplicate mods are randomized. Because what I'm thinking, right, is like if you no, maybe the mods, maybe the tier 3s should stay the same. Because I'm thinking like as far like if you're trying to go for like a class legendary, right? Like and you want like a certain class mod, it would suck if like you were locked out of that. Even, you know what I mean? Like it would be a good element of like you know, like directed loot drops. Instead of having it from bosses, it's like, okay, if I get this piece, I can guarantee that's what's going to be on it. But then at the same time, you kind of want to, the whole point is to kind of avoid that, right? So it's like, I don't know. Because it would suck if you had to go through like 100 legendaries in order to find like your specific legendary tier 3 mod that you need. I don't know. I think that they still have to have the limit of like legendaries have like the 1 tier 3 mod on it, but they could just make it so that that is the only thing that stays. Like not random. Maybe. I don't know.
How about I throw in a table? Watch it, don't step on it.
By the grace of your murderous arts, another beauty adorns my wall. Thanks again.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Give me a...
Keep in touch, Hunter. I got a feeling your services are gonna be in demand.
Come on. Just give me the Acari piece. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Stupid old reliable. Well, there goes our streak, I guess. Unlucky indeed. Alright, my wife is just getting home, so I'm going to hop off, but I will be on tomorrow, so make sure you guys check in. Go check out the new video that dropped. Leave a like, comment for the algorithm, you know, the whole deal. And,